Vice Mayor?
Thank you, Mayor, and welcome, everyone. Today, we're going to have the invocation done by Manny Alamo. Unfortunately, we do not have a singer for the national anthem unless we have volunteer from the audience or the dais. So if we can all please stand to Commissioner King, if you can do the salute. I'm sorry, invocation first. Sorry about that.
Help come from? My help comes from the Lord, the maker of heaven and earth. As we stand to pray, we remember the victims of the senseless shooting that happens in Buffalo, New York. Let us pray. Oh Lord, we are always in awe to just pause for 1 second and to stand in these chambers that you have established to lead our community and to govern the people. Lord, in this place, in this space, we ask you that you would help us. Help us to not just offer thoughts and prayers when tragedies happen in our communities, but to accompany them with what is appropriate, with rage, with sadness, with frustration, with a call to action, a call to be reminded of the sacred call that we share as citizens to grieve, to fight for justice, and to remember that everything that we do tonight and every meeting here at City Hall is meant to best benefit our community that you have given to us. So we, O Lord, ask for your wisdom this evening. We ask that you, Holy Spirit, would come and allow us to listen to one another, that we would not come to merely argue, but to listen, to not just come to share our thoughts, but to hear the voices and thoughts of others around us. And that we would remember that in the same way we pause for prayer to listen to you, may we listen to our neighbors. And we pray for those in the senseless violence in Buffalo. We ask, oh God, that you would send your Holy Spirit to comfort those families, to comfort them as we cannot make any sense of evil, but we know that evil is not meant to be understood, it is meant to be overcome and destroyed. So help us to overcome evil, even within our own hearts, with good, with love, with mercy, and with justice. We thank you for the opportunity to come and be able to proclaim justice. It's in Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Amen.
Commissioner King?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, we'll go to the first item of our business meeting, and that is the approval of minutes of the regular commission meeting of May 2nd, 2022, as presented. Is there a motion?
So move.
Second.
Okay, properly moved by Commissioner Ramos, seconded by Vice Mayor Avila Vasquez. Can you read the motion, please, that for the meeting minutes?
I move to approve the minutes of the regular commission meeting of May 2nd, 2022, as presented.
Okay, may we vote, please? Everyone in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes. Okay, next we have presentations, awards, and reports. And first up this evening is the fiscal year 2020-2021 annual audit presentation. And it's the annual comprehensive financial report for the year ended September 30th, 2021. Mary?
Firm Purvis Gray. They've traveled here from Ocala to present the results of their annual audit and their financial statements for the fiscal year ended September 30th, 2021.
Thank you, Mary. Good evening, Mayor, Commissioners. Again, my name is Tim Westgate. I'm the audit partner on the engagement for the city's audit. With me is Lori Walker. She's the audit supervisor. We appreciate the opportunity to present to you this evening. We previously reviewed the results of the audit with management, but tonight we're here for an opportunity for any questions you may have. Before I jump into that, I like to address, who are your auditors? So Purvis Gray, we proudly celebrated our 75th anniversary last year. We've done governmental audits for most of that time, starting back in the 40s, working with electric utility agencies. We specialize in government audit engagements. We have about 50 dedicated auditors who focus their time on auditing about 25 municipalities, 6 Florida counties, 10 school districts, and many other special districts, including utility authorities and nonprofits. We do have 7 offices in Florida, and we are members of the BDO Alliance. As Alliance members, we are an independent network of firms that gives us access to resources that you would typically only expect from the Big 4 international accounting firms. So I mentioned that just to give you a little bit of exposure to who are your auditors, the experience and qualifications. Our main role, of course, behind that is to present the annual audit report and the results of our audit. While it was in your package and you've had a little bit of time to review it, we wanted to touch on a few highlights, but primarily an opportunity for any questions that you may have. So if anything comes to mind as I review a few of the highlights, or at the end is a perfect time for questions as well. Before we get into particular details, of course, we recognize that this year was a continuation of the impact of COVID on the community and, of course, the nation and the world, as well as some turnover in some of the key finance personnel positions during the year. We recognize with all of that going on that the audit was able to be completed in a timely manner. There were no material weaknesses or significant deficiencies, and very importantly, the city appears to continue to maintain financial health. So we certainly commend the city in all of that. These financial statements do meet your external financial statement audit requirements under Florida statutes, rules of the Auditor General, as well as requirements under secondary bond markets, your direct lenders and loans, for example, for the Florida Department of Environmental Protection, your federal and state granting agencies, and along with that, the GFOA Certificate of Achievement and Excellence in Financial Reporting. That program is a voluntary program that the city participates in, and it encourages and assists states and local governments to go beyond the minimum reporting requirements of generally accepted accounting principles to prepare not just an annual financial report, but an annual comprehensive financial report that evidences the spirit of transparency and full disclosure and recognize governments that achieve that. The city was awarded that award for 2020 and for many other years, and we expect 2021 report will also receive that award. So again, commend the efforts and the hard work of the city in that. Not that you needed to flip pages, but if you wanted to follow along, page 1 is the main thing you're looking for from the auditors, and that is the auditor's report. In brief, it reminds you of what are we auditing, and that it's a financial statement audit, but management remains responsible for those financial statements and for internal control. Our role as auditors is to issue an opinion on those financial statements, and we're pleased to issue an unmodified opinion. That is a clean opinion, the highest level of assurance that you can have in an audit. Without flipping many pages and spending all evening going through the financial statements, some financial highlights. The general fund is the city's main operating fund, did have an increase in fund balance. In fact, we noted that in most years, over the past 10 years, the general fund and the water sewer utility funds have had increases in fund balances. Over the years, we've discussed the importance of fund balance as needed for normal cash flow, planning for capital projects and situations like hurricanes, certainly never anticipated global pandemics, but here we are. that increase in fund balance, as well as funding received in 2020 and 21 for CARES Act and the ARPA funds that are coming in, we believe will continue the financial health of the city. So we commend the city in building that fund balance and being prepared, and encourage you to continue in those efforts, because we don't know the magnitude or timeline of the future with the supply chain issues and inflation. So continue that diligent work in managing fund balance. Last item, we do, as part of our audit, we look at and review internal control and compliance as it relates to financial reporting, as well as internal control and compliance as it related to major federal awards, investment compliance as required under Florida statutes, and review for issues that would be deemed financial emergencies or deteriorating financial conditions. We're pleased that none of the reports, while they address those topics, there are no findings in that regard. There's always items that we discuss with management along the way, but nothing rose to the level that, feel the commission needs to be aware of or intervene or assist with. Appears that management has a good handle on those items. So with that, without taking any more of your time, thank you for the opportunity to serve as your auditors, and do want to thank city management, particularly the finance department, who has to put up with us the most when we come asking, show us this, provide that, and new schedules. We always get great cooperation, so we appreciate that. So with that, I'll conclude and invite any questions that you may have.
Thank you very much. Commissioners, do you have any questions? Nope. I don't see any questions, so thank you once again for an outstanding job, and thank you to our finance department for your diligence and hard work. Good. Thanks again.
Thank you very much. Have a good evening.
You too. Okay, next up we have a proclamation, and it is for Emergency Medical Services Week.
Mayor,
Yes.
there's a motion for that item.
Okay, let's go for it. Who would like to make the motion?
Yeah.
Move to approve the city's annual comprehensive financial report. Let's see, who's Commissioner
Make a
Ramos?
motion.
Commissioner Ramos, were you on the board?
Yes, it was just for that. I move to approve the city annual comprehensive financial report for the period ending September 30th, 2021. The acting city manager has the authority to make corrections of screen errors and the like.
Second.
Properly moved by Commissioner Ramos, seconded by Commissioner Bradford. May we vote, please?
I'm going to read the motion. I move to approve the city's annual comprehensive financial report for the period ending September 30th, 2021. The acting city manager has the authority to make corrections of scrivener's errors and the like.
Okay, motion passes 7-0. Perfect. Okay, now we'll go down to the proclamation for Emergency Medical Services Week. Commissioner McCool?
Gentlemen and ladies of EMS Services, it's a real honor to be able to do this. I had a medical emergency a couple of weeks ago, and I felt completely taken care of, really. It was a really stressful time, so this is an honor to be able to do this right here. So thank you guys for everything that you do, and ladies. Whereas emergency medical services are a vital public service, and whereas the members of emergency medical services teams are ready to provide life-saving care to those in need 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. And whereas access to quality emergency care dramatically improves the survival and recovery rate of those who experience sudden illness or injury. And whereas emergency medical services has grown to fill a gap by providing important out-of-hospital care, including preventative medicine, follow-up care, and access to telemedicine. And whereas the emergency medical services system consists of first responders, emergency medical technicians, paramedics, emergency medical dispatchers, firefighters, police officers, educators, administrators, pre-hospital nurses, emergency physicians, trained members of the public, and other out-of-hospital medical care providers. And whereas the members of emergency medical services teams, whether career or volunteer, engage of thousands of hours of specialized training and continuing education to enhance their life-saving skills. And whereas it is appropriate to recognize the value and the accomplishment of emergency medical services providers by designating Emergency Medical Services Week. Now, therefore, we, the Mayor and Commission of the City of Deltona, Florida, in recognition of this event, do hereby proclaim the week of May 15 through 21, 2022 as Emergency Medical Services Week, with the 2022 theme, EMS Rising to the Challenge, and to remind the community that every day our emergency medical providers are faced with many new challenges in their lives, and yet still rise above them and continue to respond, support, and care for the needs of our communities, executed this 16th day of May, 2022. Thank you.
If you would indulge me just for a second, I'd just like to take a chance to thank the Mayor and Commission for recognizing these guys for what they do. If you think about what they do, they go out there every day and they try to make somebody's bad day a little bit better. Often, almost every day, they go out and they deal with somebody on what's probably the worst day of their lives. And they do it with skill, and they do it with even much more important, not more importantly than the skill, but just as important, they do it with compassion. They do it with the compassion that comes from the heart and comes from the dedication that they have to serve this community. So with that, I'd just like to say how proud I am of these guys, and I'd also, again, like to thank the Mayor and Commission for recognizing us on what is Emergency Medical Services Week.
Here we go.
Thank you, Chief. Thank you, everyone. Okay, the next proclamation will be National Public Works Week. Vice Mayor?
It's an honor for me to present this proclamation because we have such an amazing public works department that are responsible for taking care of our city, our roads, and I'm very proud to read this proclamation. They're not here, so I'm going to have Mr. Peter accept it on their behalf, our acting city manager. Whereas 2022 marks the 62nd Annual National Public Works Week and is observed during the third full week of May to recognize the importance of public works in our society. And whereas National Public Works Week is used to showcase the essential role public works plays in the quality of life of the community. And whereas the City of Deltona recognizes the importance of promoting public works as a career choice and recognizing those who currently serve in these vital roles. And whereas National Public Works Week celebrates and honors those who provide and maintain the infrastructure and services known as public works. And whereas the City of Deltona recognizes the Public Works Department, which is vital to promoting a safe and healthy environment for our residents. And whereas these infrastructures, facilities, and services could not be provided without the dedication efforts of our Public Works Department. Now, therefore, we, the Mayor and Commission of the City of Deltona, Florida, do hereby proclaim the week of May 15, to the 21st, 2022 as National Public Works Week to highlight that public works professionals play a vital role in serving and safeguarding our city and enhance the quality of our lives. Executed this 16th day of May 2022. And Mr. Peters, can you please hand this to the staff at Public Works?
I will be happy to do that.
Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Okay.
Okay, next we will move on to ordinances and public hearings. Item 6A is a public hearing, ordinance number 07-2022, rezoning request RZ21-0004 for a give or take 39.36 acre tract from the single-family classification R1A to residential planned unit development RPUD at second and final reading. Mr. Paradise.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, members of the Commission. Ron Paradise, Community Services, City of Deltona. For the record, ordinance number 07-2022 is request to rezone, as stated, 39.36 acres of land from R1A to RPUD. This is the second and final reading. This is a quasi-judicial hearing. Any determination of the City Commission must be based on competent and professional evidence. With that being said, I will turn the floor over to our legal counsel for information on quasi-judicial hearings, including swearing in, standing, and ex parte communication disclosure.
Thanks. Madam Mayor, I will swear the folks in. We have, I think you have a list that shows the folks that have standings.
Everyone here does, yes.
Okay, so we are going to be dealing with standing or, public comment. And we're going to be looking for competent, substantial evidence. There is a legal definition for it, and if there is an issue that arises, then I will recite various legal definitions that may or may not be appropriate. But for right now, I'll swear everyone in, and then, from there we'll proceed.
Okay, thank you very much.
Oh, one more thing. Then when I'm done swearing everyone in, then if you will then query the commission about ex parte communications, and then you'll be ready to start your hearing. Okay?
Okay, and before you swear them in, I'd just like to read a notice. Those people who received a letter from the City of Deltona regarding this meeting shall note in their presentation of evidence that they have standing. We also have a mailing list, as you said, Marcia, available to confirm who has standing. Okay?
Thank you. Would anyone who wishes to offer testimony in this case please stand and raise your right hand? Anybody else who wants to testify? You're the only one. Okay, do you swear that you're going to tell the truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you.
That's just to talk about the whole rezoning, right?
That's right.
I didn't prepare evidence.
Did you? Well, again, there is substantial competent evidence, and what that means is it's not an opinion. You have to offer some specific facts or something that rises above just saying, I don't like it. So it gets more complicated in the definition of substantial competent evidence. When you come up to speak, if you had a particular question, I'll try and help. Okay?
Before we begin, Ms. White, you put in the sheet to speak on this?
Correct.
Okay, she didn't stand for the swearing.
Because I think we may have a conflict here in terms of public comment versus testimony. I'm not giving testimony.
Right,
public
but
comment.
You still have to be sworn in.
So will you refuse me the right to public comment if I don't?
The rule in quasi-judicial hearings in the state of Florida requires that anyone who wants to give testimony,
Correct.
but it can be either, if you have standing, it can be substantial competent evidence, or you still have the right to offer, if you want to give an opinion that does not rise to substantial competent evidence, then the commission basically can give it whatever they wish to give it, but it doesn't rise to that level. You still need to be sworn in.
Or I can't do my public comment.
That's right.
Okay, perfect, swear me in.
Okay. Do you swear that you're going to tell the truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Okay, so now we'll move on to Commission ex parte communication. Liz, would you just go down the alphabetical list for the commission?
Commissioner Bradford.
No new ex parte.
Commissioner King.
Nothing since the last hearing except for driving by the property.
Commissioner McCool.
No new ex parte except driving by the property.
Commissioner Ramos.
No new ex parte.
Commissioner Sosa.
No new ex parte.
Vice Mayor Vasquez, please.
No new ex parte.
And Mayor Hersberg.
No ex parte. Okay, and we have now sworn in all the persons participating in the meeting, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Now we'll go to Ron, presentation of staff report.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Since the Commission approved this request at first reading on April 18th, there have been some changes to the rezoning requests that are part of the updated development agreement, and I'll just go through those one at a time. There's been a reduction of density on the property from 126 units to 122 units. This was mentioned at the first reading on April 18th, but this has been memorialized in the updated development agreement. Where buffers on the property are 10 feet, there is now a requirement for a 6-foot-high vinyl fence to create greater separation from the new units and existing dwelling units that are surrounding the property. The project waterfront has been redesigned for a 0.87 acre park along Lake Sydney. The park will be earmarked for passive uses, and there will be limited clearing allowed in portions of the upland area outside of the wetland buffer. The number of overflow parking places has been increased from 23 to 29 spaces. The developer and city staff have agreed to fully document the condition of Alex Drive, Barger Drive, Monterey Drive, and trade winds between Barger and Fort Smith. This will include the paved and unpaved right-of-way areas within those right-of-way windows as per the Deltona Lakes plat. If there's any damage that is determined to be the responsibility, any damage to this right-of-way area determined to be caused by the developer will be the responsibility of the developer to rectify. The developer also, in good faith, will donate $30,000 to the city's transportation fund to basically pay for half of the paving costs to resurface Monterey and Barger Drive. Again, it's about half the cost that it costs the city to repave or put another lift of asphalt on a local road. With regard to the PUD rezoning, there have been discussions about contract zoning and spot zoning with regard to this case. There's been some information included in the agenda package on both topics, and really what this or any planned unit development represents is a conditional zoning tool. This request is consistent with the comprehensive plan. So it cannot be considered spot zoning because the overarching planning document earmarks a certain area for certain types of uses, which this is consistent with the comprehensive plan. The proposal is consistent or compatible with the neighborhood and surrounding area, and therefore does not represent a contract zoning situation, but again, is a conditional zoning tool. Staff recommends City Commission approve ordinance number 07-2022 on second reading based on the following facts. The approval of this project will result in the entitlement of 122 residential unit development intended to be fully serviced by utilities and other infrastructure. The infill nature of the project makes more efficient use of existing city land and infrastructure resources. The project will be developed with amenities like a trail, a tot lot, and a lakeside park. Natural features of the site are integrated with the proposed development. The subdivision will provide for overflow parking areas, keeping stationary vehicles outside of the public right-of-way, and the subdivision will be managed by a homeowners association. I'll be happy to field any questions you all may have with regard to this proposal.
Thank you, Mr. Paradise. Commissioners, any questions? Commissioner McCool?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Ron, this might be a question for you and Mr. Peters. When we went back and we're talking about the engineering perspective, slope and grading, right, with the 1% drop, right? Mr. Peters, chime in here at any time. We're going to strictly adhere to that, correct? Moving forward with the development so that we don't have issues like we had with some unnamed development as far as what a nightmare that is. Can I get assurances, and we talked about that?
If I may, our conversation was within regard to the moratorium and some of the possible language that we will be reviewing, which will include maintaining substantial conformance to topography and a certain percentage of tree to be retained. And that is with regard to the moratorium discussion.
Okay, well, I'm just firing, I understand that. I'm firing the shot across the bow because that might be well included in a moratorium, but it's a now issue with any development moving forward, as we have learned, right? So I'm just firing that shot across the bow there. And we talked about the $30,000 transportation impact fee. That's for in lieu of, what is?
No, ma'am, that $30,000 is an outright donation or payment. It is not underpinned or subject to any impact fee credit arrangement.
Okay. The area that we're talking about for maintaining the natural area, when we talk about the boardwalk, right? Is that going to be a boardwalk? Are we talking, is this a trail? Is this ADA compliant? Are we talking about a nice boardwalk around the lake? What are we talking about?
I'm going to defer to the applicant to discuss the details of the boardwalk. It was given as an option to be 6 feet wide, I believe, in the revised development agreement. I believe some of the trail will be at grade on the natural terra firma as well. So the intent was to ensure that at least the boardwalk would be wide enough to accommodate accessibility.
Okay. The increases in buffers, I know that when we talked about that, I want to be sure with this, the R1 and R1 or RAA setbacks, right, are 6-foot side, 10-foot rear, or is that what we're talking about?
And 20.
Or are you going to keep 6 foot? What are you talking about, the increase in buffers?
The existing R1A is 10-foot rear, 6-foot side yards, and 25-foot front yard. The dimensional requirements will be relaxed slightly in this, still have a 10-foot rear, 5-foot sides, and 20-foot fronts.
I just want to push it on that, the accessibility for the lake, because we have some fantastic HOAs in the city of Deltona, and we've had some unsuccessful HOAs, and leaving it up to an HOA to get this area right to begin with, right, I have concerns about. Again, before I get nasty hate letters, I said that we have a lot of great HOAs, but we've had some that have not been that great either in maintaining the things that the city puts forward. So I just want to make sure that we are cognizant of that also.
You good? Thank you. Commissioner Bradford?
All right, so I just want to clarify that. I do want to thank you, the developers, for listening to the residents, and I want to verify this as well. So at the meeting, the residents spoke about I believe it was Elder and Tradewinds Drive traffic and the bus stop, and I'm assuming that's the funds were to improve a few of these intersections. What I want to be assured of by our city is that we're earmarking the remaining $30,000 for this, and that it's part of the budget, that it's going to get done and addressed, because as we addressed at the last meeting, it's not just the developer's fault on this. This was the city's failing as well. So they can donate the $30,000, but if we don't follow through with the rest and make sure it happens, I just want to make sure that this is going to take place.
The city will be responsible for the other half, and we talked about this, and it's like, okay, well, we need to move forward with this, because we just can't hold the $30,000 donation without following through. So there is an obligation on behalf of the city to put this in its capital improvement program.
And that's going to be sooner than later, I'm guessing, just
Yes.
because of, to me, I see it as a hazardous area over there. We heard the residents, and this is very vital that we do our part on this. So again, I want to thank them for stepping forward with their portion of it and us following through on it, and for also adding the, additional height on the fence. Thank you.
Okay. I don't see any more questions from the commission. Right now? Nope. So we will go ahead and now move on to the presentation from the applicant.
Please correct me.
Yeah. Okay. Good evening.
Good evening.
For the record, Mark Watts with the law firm of Cobb Cole, 231 North Woodland Boulevard, DeLand, and I appreciate the opportunity to be here with you this evening. I missed you on first reading, and I apologize for that. I was scheduled to be in multiple places at once. So, but I do appreciate the input that we received at the hearing on first reading. I've got about 15 slides here. I'm going to focus on two because I don't want to. Most of these you saw during the course of first reading, but I just really wanted to reiterate the points that Ron just touched on. So let me run back here for a moment and just give you the summary. As Ron indicated, as a result of the input we received during the last hearing, we did ultimately reduce the lot count. Now, this project actually was in the mid-130s. We worked with staff and reduced that before coming here to you on first reading, and again, ended up at about 122 lots at first reading. And the majority of those came from reducing lots fronting on the lake to make that open that up and make that an amenity for the community and the residents within this neighborhood rather than having it be part of lots in that area. We added the requirement that was referenced for privacy fencing wherever you have the minimum 10-foot buffer. Keep in mind, if you remember the overall plan, there's a lot of areas where we actually exceed that by a significant amount based on the design and layout of the neighborhood. We added specific requirements with regard to the overflow parking spaces. So you've got that minimum of 28 overflow parking spaces that are designated on the plan and now included in the development agreement. We added language regarding the intent to create a street lighting district. I know that was a point of discussion at the last meeting, so that's now been added to the development agreement as well. We documented the discussion and the prioritization of the city to work on adding sidewalks within the surrounding neighborhoods, particularly after we get to about 75% of build out with this neighborhood. We'll go back in and work with the city, or the city will be working on going back in and adding sidewalks to both sides of the streets within the area. Added language regarding documenting pavement conditions. So we did hear a lot of discussion about the condition of those existing roads. And so what we'll be working with the city to do is go through and index all of those prior to construction commencing, so we can document the impacts of development as it moves forward, and go back and work with the city to repair any of the damage that's caused during that time period. In addition, Ron already mentioned the contribution of $30,000, which was the number that the city staff provided to us to pay for the resurfacing on Monterey and Tradewinds. And I want to just make sure that it's clear, and I think it was touched on, we have a $450,000 and a little bit more prop share payment that will also be made. And we have impact fees beyond that to the extent there's additional impact fee liability. Repairs and the maintenance type activities that are referenced in here now and included in these terms do not count against that. So in other words, you're doing maintenance activity, you don't get impact fee credits for that work. So that $30,000 or any of the repair work that's necessary will not count against the additional funds that will be coming into the city and the county for proportionate share or impact fees. And then finally, I know this has been, a particularly important point for several of you on the commission, but in the areas that we're now setting aside, in particular down along the lakefront, we've specified that you can't go in and clear that area. The only thing that you can do is underbrushing. You have to stay out of any wetland areas, out of any wetland buffer areas. It is specified that there's a 6-foot boardwalk that's in the language in the development agreement, which will be designed during the preliminary plat phase, which is the next phase under your land development regulations. And that will be required to be ADA compliant. So that will provide accessibility down into that park for residents within the community. So with that, I'll just stop there and see if there's any other questions that I didn't touch on, but I do appreciate the feedback that we received, from residents as well, and the work that staff has done to make the revisions and get this here to you this evening.
Thank you. Commissioner McCool.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Mr. Watts, on the mitigation and improvement of any, road issues, who is the deciding party on that? How is that? Can you tell me how is that decided? Because I know they're going to document, index, right, and as we go along, but how is that decided? I mean, the neighbors, right? The neighborhood might have one idea of what mitigating and improving, not just mitigating, but improving, because if you're going to do it, you know what I mean?
Sure. So with regard to so let's talk about the proportionate fair share funds, I think is what you're referring to. So there's a $450,000. It may go up. I would expect it's not going to go down based on what the final numbers are when we get that agreement finalized. The city is ultimately the jurisdiction that determines whether concurrency is satisfied. Now, we've prepared a TIA that says there's certain areas that have some deficiencies. I think in this case, the majority of those deficiencies are on portions of the county's road network. And so those intersections of those segments that are shown as having a deficiency are the things that result in the calculation of the prop share. The city and the county really are the ones that decide where that money goes. In most cases, because it's the major roads in most jurisdictions through Volusia County are county road facilities. In most cases, that goes toward the repairs or capacity enhancements to the county road network, because again, that's where the majority of the failures or the choke points within the network are. But again, ultimately, that is up to the city and the county how you choose to allocate and assign those dollars.
And when we talked about during construction, because there is a lot of in and out during a construction, especially with this number of houses, have we talked about how are we going to handle if there is a need for law enforcement help out there in regards to traffic safety of the children? I need to understand how that's going to be settled, how that's going to be handled if there happens to be that extra need, because again, no sidewalks, you know what I mean? What is the solution there?
So I think it's a matter of just coordination between the city and the sheriff's department through your contract to provide law enforcement. So, with regard to the use of the public roads, to access the site during construction, obviously that use is always subject to the traffic regulations and always subject to the requirements to operate vehicles in a safe manner within the city's roads or the county's roads. And so to the extent there's an enforcement necessary, or if there's additional patrols or anything that are necessary to address any concerns or things of that nature, then it would simply be a matter of alerting the sheriff's department to go out there and enhance their patrol.
At whose expense?
I don't know that that's a charged item under your contract with the sheriff's department. It hasn't been an issue that we've talked about. I think it would just be a function of the service that's provided under your existing contract.
Okay, I just want to make sure, okay, and I'm asking because there's that issue, if there needs to be extra service, who pays for that extra service? Taxpayers, does the developer pay for and enhanced if there's a need there due to? I'm just asking, okay, because I like transparency, so thank you. I'm good. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Okay.
Thank you.
Vice Mayor?
Thank you, Mayor. Mark, remind me again, are there going to be any homes with lakeside?
There are. If you look back to the final plan, give me just a moment. The area, if you can see the cursor down here, this is the lake shore. There is some common area here, but these will be the lots that are located along the common area that is adjacent to the lake. They would not actually have lot lines that touch the lake. That's the layout has kept that as common area down by the actual lakeside.
So they will not have access to the actual lake?
Only through the common area and the park.
But
so they wouldn't be able to put, the individual lots wouldn't be able to have docks or things of that nature.
They will not?
Correct.
And that will be in writing?
So when the lots are platted, they'll come back through and it'll define that lot area and it'll show that basically pulled back away from the lakefront area. So that's the, as you can see in the development agreement, in the plan that's being adopted as part of the development agreement, those lots do not touch the lake. So that is part of the common area that would be part of the association property.
Okay. Just want to, because we've come across a problem with that. So I just want to make sure that I understand. Those homes have no rights to the lake?
That's correct, other than the community rights.
Under the community rights, they will not be able to build a ramp or put their boats out there or anything like that?
That's correct.
And it will be in writing when they purchase their property?
They would not have rights to the lakeshore portion, so they would not have a property interest on which they could file a permit, for example, to build a dock.
And that part of the lake area, is that conservation?
It's conserved as wetland and upland buffer, and then it would be part of the community as maintained portions of the property in the common area.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, any other commissioners? No, I just have a question for you, Mr. Watts, just for clarification. You're asking to have this rezoned and presenting a plan with the infrastructure, and your client is willing to donate the $30,000 for road improvements. The last time at this meeting we looked, we were already scheduling for the city of Deltona to do some road work at some of the areas that were mentioned as bus stops where the kids are. That was already part of the plan. I'll ask Mr. Paradise that later to make sure that that is still a priority, that we address those bus stop areas there. Should this not pass this evening, I know right now you're looking at 122.
That's correct. 122 is what the plan provides.
So if this would fall back and not pass for a PUD, how many houses would you put on anyway?
So we estimated that roughly 98 to 100 fit on the property with the typical assumptions with regard to area. I think under your land use classification, you could put up to 157 on the property, but you can't physically fit that within this parcel. With the road rights of way and the stormwater design, stormwater ponds, about 98 is what we've calculated.
Okay, so that one way or the other, it's going to get built on.
Yes, ma'am, that's correct.
And should all the questions that have been asked by the commission this time and last time that have been negotiated with the residents and everything else, if the $30,000 for all that, there's no obligation if it goes down to the 99 units for the developer or the property owner to provide any of that, and that would not be in a developer agreement then, correct?
That's correct. That's correct. All of the things we've talked about with regard to the additions here and some of those other enhanced standards that that staff talked about in their presentation are a function of rezoning it as a PUD. So those are the extra things that the city and the community gets in exchange for the additional density in there, which again, as staff has indicated, is all consistent with your comprehensive plan.
So just to be clear, this is because it's being rezoned. We've talked about, you've worked with staff, you've worked with the landowner and so forth to work this out. And if it doesn't pass to be rezoned, all that's off the table, and you will continue with the 99 houses in the sewer, but none of the improvements.
That's correct. It would simply be governed by your land development regulations.
Okay. Commissioner McCool and then Commissioner Ramos. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And with that being said, Madam Mayor, these are one of the things that our city is hopeful about. I am a notorious land development hawk. And when we talk about having these negotiations and when we talk about what we want development to look like in Deltona, you know, and as I've explained to the residents that I talk to in general about this and about this particular development, that for me, remembering that they can develop as they see fit with minimum requirements on this if we say no, right? And in order for me to get to a more amiable spot, this is about how do we improve the quality of life for the residents around it, and how do we improve the quality of life for the people that will be buying these homes, and how do we set forth, moving forward, new expectations about how we develop in Deltona, and this is how we move forth that expectation.
We're on the question. Do you have a question? Is there a question?
I do. Mr. Watts, would you reiterate one more time? If this does not go through this evening, the buffers go to minimum buffers. We go back to minimum lot requirements, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
They're minimum to do for the improvement on the sidewalks, roads. Is that?
That's correct. That's correct.
All right.
Yeah, what you see on the screen in front of you is kind of a rough estimate of what you could do with the existing zoning. And so you see you lose, things like the common area features, the lakefront, community park area, and some of the other enhancements. It becomes a collection of lots, essentially.
Okay, thank you. Any more commission questions? No, this is the questions. Any comments we'll save after we go through the next process, but no questions? Okay, thank you. Now we will go ahead and is there anyone here withstanding that has a presentation or a discussion with?
Yes, Mayor. Dean Napolitano? Yep.
Hello, sir.
Hello, Ms. Mayor. Thank you for having me, commissioners. My name is Dean Napolitano. My family has lived on Alex Lane for about 35 years. I didn't know this was about bringing evidence and documents and things like that, but I just wanted to address, I was here for the advisory board meeting, and it is nice to see they addressed a lot of the things that we had to say, but two of the things that aren't up there was the city sewer impact that it's going to have if they're going to require the residents around to have city sewer, and a lot of the people that were here were concerned about that expense to the residents that are already there. So I think that's something maybe you guys should look into. Also was the wildlife. I do have one piece of evidence. It's a picture of Charlie the turtle. It's a gopher turtle that's been coming down our street for 30 years since my daughter was a little girl. So they didn't really address any of the wildlife issues, the scrub jays, and how much land's going to be there for them. I wouldn't have a problem myself, and I know it's not an opinion day, of 99 lots going in. And 99 lots would just be a neighborhood. Wouldn't be a planned community. I've lived on Lake Sydney for a long time, and it's changed already from the water that's been changed coming in. We've lost about a 1/4 acre over the last 5 years of our property. So putting all that concrete in there and all the runoff, and how much is the lake going to come up more on existing properties around the lake? So I think these are things that haven't been considered. The other main issue I have, and I think a lot of the residents have, is the traffic. Alex Lane is a very small road, and I encourage the advisory board to go down and just take a ride down to see what the road is like. When you make a left or a right from Monterey onto Normandy, I've been T-boned almost 5-10 times there in the last 10 years. You can't see over the hill. There's a blind spot coming toward Fort Smith. And then people take the left turn coming onto Normandy really fast to catch that light. I think you're going to see a huge increase in accidents. When we heard the traffic and the highway advisory thing that Mr. Paradise presented last time, they were talking about how many cars would be introduced to our neighborhoods, upwards of 1,200 cars. 900 of those will be entering through the Alex Lane entrance to this community. 900. If you go down our roads on Monterey and on Alex Lane, there's a lot of work that has to be done for that to be safe. And there's a lot of kids in our neighborhood that play on the street, the 2 bus stops. I'm there every day, driving up there. And I think that's something that you should take into consideration before you say yes today. Hopefully you all haven't made up your minds yet. And just know that, I'm not against the neighborhood going in. I don't think most people are. I mean, progress is progress, but it has to be done right. It has to be done safe. And it has to be good for the community, like the commissioner said, Ms. McCool, that for the betterment of the community. I'm not sure the 128 houses or 9, and now it's down to 124, is for the betterment of the community. I think maybe that just has to be thought about. So thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir.
Mayor, he was the only one withstanding.
That's it? Okay, so now we're going to go ahead and go to regular public participation for anyone else that has filled out for public participation.
Brandy White, please.
Public participation.
Brandy White, Deltona. As it's stated, I technically don't have standing per definition, but I think most people can agree that when something like this comes to our community, it doesn't just affect the first 300 feet it's touching. My only thing I wanted to ask was questions. I didn't have testimony or evidence to give because I'm a questions person. My first one that I noticed is under disadvantages A. It states 2 lots in the future lift station tract are still going to be on this small existing wetland. So my first question is, if it was reduced to just the 98 homes or 100 homes that it's currently zoned for, would there still be a need to impact the wetlands? Secondly, my question is, if it's just 2 lots and a lift station, is there really no way that we can work around not impacting the wetlands at all? My last question, it appears, is going to be the cost determination of $30K. I heard that it was the city that came up with that. We all know that a lot of these projects are probably going to be 3 to 4 or more years out. So are we looking at the increased cost or the cost now? And do we actually have something to compare it to? Because that seems really low when we talked about roads before with the budget. I don't recall like one single road coming in at such a low price. So I don't know if that's just from the distance of the road or how much they plan on maintaining, but those are my questions. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Okay, now the applicant's attorney, do you have any comments or rebuttal for the questions from the public and the commission?
Yes, ma'am. Just briefly. With regard to Mr. Napolitano, is that right? The couple comments that he raised with regard to the sewer connection, that is something that the city determines. That's not something that we would determine. So we are certainly not forcing anybody to connect to a sewer system. We are going to be extending your system and for the lots within this particular development. The gopher tortoise in the area, like the scrub days and everything else, we will continually have to update our environmental surveys to identify the location or presence of any of those species, and then they would have to be relocated or left in common areas or buffers where their boroughs are located. So that's part of your requirements when we come through the preliminary plat process. Stormwater discharge was the other concern that I think was touched on there. With regard to adding discharge to the lake, we're not permitted under either your regulations or the St. John's regulations to increase the amount of stormwater that flows into the lake. We have to retain that on site, which is why if you look at the overall layout, one of the things that you'll see is the central feature within the neighborhood is that crosshatched area, which is a stormwater retention pond that we would drain into, retain the water there, and then only at the same rate that it discharges at before the development occurs would it be allowed to discharge off the site. And then finally, with regard to traffic, we understand, and that was definitely one of the things we heard both at your Planning and Zoning Board and at first reading. We've worked with your staff to try and make sure that not only are we going to be providing those additional funds into the county and the city from a capacity standpoint, but we understand that there's a need for immediate things. That's why we came up with the contribution and the indexing and repair approach that's now in your development agreement. So we understand there may be some existing safety issues. Certainly, as we're going through the technical permitting with both your staff and the county staff, we'll be looking to make sure that all of those things are addressed in the way that again, those engineering design would require us to address those. With regard to Ms. White's two comments, one about questioning the wetland impact. On this site, I think we have a 0.06 and a 0.09 acre wetlands that are a couple of isolated points that, unfortunately, I think because of the location, the lift station would likely have to go there simply as a matter of gravity. And so you likely would have those impacts anyway. We have avoided any other impacts to either the large wetland system that's located up here on the northern portion of the property or anything along the lake shore down on the southern portion of the property. And as far as the cost is concerned with regard to that road contribution, it was a number determined based on the contracts that the city has in place at this point in time for resurfacing, which resurfacing is a lot less expensive than actually coming in and building a new road. And I know that you get a sticker shock most of the time when you talk about the cost of new roads, particularly per linear foot. This is a resurfacing cost to come back through and put asphalt on the top of the existing road bed. So that is a lower cost. But again, that was based on the numbers we received from your Public Works Department. So.
Okay, thank you. Any questions for Mr. Watts before we move on to the next step? Seeing none, thank you, sir.
Appreciate your time this evening.
Okay, now we have, next we would have a call for a motion and a second, and then we will have commission discussion. Commissioner Bradford?
I hereby move to approve ordinance number 07-2022 to rezone a question 39.36 acre property from City of Deltona single-family classification R1A to residential plan unit development RPUD at second and final reading for the following reasons. The project represents an efficient use of city land resources. The project is compatible with the dominant land use character of the city detached. Dwellings on individual lots. The project's net density is 3.26 dwelling units, is consistent with the low-density land use designation, and there is adequate public infrastructure, including central water, sewer, transportation capacity, and school space to support the proposed development. The acting city manager has the authority to make corrections of Scribner errors and the like.
Commissioner Ramos? Were you going to second that, or is there a second?
I'll second that, but before I second, I just want to make a statement. Is that okay?
Yeah.
I think here we have an opportunity. We've talked a lot. It's something that we keep talking about, responsible growth. And I think here's an opportunity where they're listening, we've collaborated, and I think obviously we're going to have a perfect project at some point in time, probably not, but I think this is a great opportunity that shows a collaboration between a developer and the city, and an opportunity for us, Commissioner, like you said, to be able to improve the quality of life in the area that necessarily they wouldn't have to do. And on those comments, I second and I hope that this moves forward, because it's an example of what we can continue to do here if we're really talking about responsible growth. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Sosa?
Yeah, just got some questions for Ron. On this here, did we agree to not have on-site burning? Will the, the trees and so forth be removed off-site?
I believe we did add that provision into the development agreement.
We did? Okay. And then I'm going to go back to the sewers. We have a pioneer agreement with the developer to run the sewer line. Where exactly is it going to run from? I know it's going to stop where the development starts, and the developer would be responsible for the outside. But where's the sewer line going to start since we don't have one there?
From what I understand, the mechanics of that involve the extension of sewer from basically the existing sewer line along Cortland, down the Fort Smith corridor, up Tradewinds, through Barger to the property.
Okay.
And again, I make that statement, I'm not an expert on sewer infrastructure, and the mechanics of that.
Okay. Where exactly does the sewer line stop right now? Is it on Cortland? Is it partway up Fort Smith?
Yeah, Cortland and Fort Smith, it runs up and down that corridor north and south.
Okay. And the developers agreed to pay for the sewer line from Fort Smith and Cortland to the subdivision,
It is a cost share agreement between the developer and the city.
Okay. Now, that's where I have a question in here. It says the city will reimburse the developer 46% of the cost for the proportionate share utilities and 100% for the cost of the city's offsite utilities, somewhere about $1.67 million. Is that correct? Now, my question is, how do we get that reimbursement? How are we going to reimburse them? Is it going to be when folks hook up to the sewer? Or are we going to just cut them a check at the end of the project? How does that work?
Go ahead, sir.
I thought you needed a lifeline here.
Thanks.
We typically do the reimbursement through impact fee credits and connection fees for future connections. So the anticipation, our share at the upsizing costs. For this development, they may need a 4-inch line, and we're going to pay the difference and make it a 6 or an 8-inch line to be able to have enough capacity for future growth. This is something that we've been doing quite a bit over the last few years. We've bought a number of impact fee credit agreements to the commission. It takes a lot of the cost away from our ratepayers for having to build new lines. We're letting developers do it, basically. So this would be a continuation of that process.
Okay, so basically, the developer's going to pay from Cortland, Fort Smith to Tradewinds, Barger Drive, and that would be the city's responsibility after that. Now, once the development's set, then the sewer lines within the development would fall on the development, the HOA. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. Now, is the city just going to take that money out of the general fund if we don't have enough in impact credits?
No, sir. We come out of the water and sewer fund.
Water and sewer fund?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, how does the city plan on recouping that money as people hook up to it? And how much will that cost them? If, say, we have a business pop in there, how are we going to, get a figure for them to, repay the city for that line?
Okay. It's my understanding there are several other parcels that are available for future development. They would contribute when they connect at that time. In addition, if we have areas where the sewer system starts to fail, there will be an option for those residents along the way to make connection to the sewer at that time. Right now, the city ordinance is that we cannot require people to connect, and so therefore we don't. Like I said, the only way it's going to happen would be future developments on other parcels, and as sewer systems fail and people see that it's more cost effective to connect to sewer than it is to replace the septic systems.
Okay. Now, say these other parcels connect to the sewer, are they paying the developer back or will they be reimbursing the city? How does that work?
Typically, the way the Pioneer agreements work is the city will be paid and we will reimburse back the developer.
Okay, and would that be in addition to this 1.6 million that's here?
No, sir, that would be part of that 1.6 million.
So basically, we're just going to defer the 1.6 million or whatever it happens to be, because there's a clause in here saying, round about that amount, but it could vary. So basically, what is the payback period? Is there a payback period we have to reimburse the developer?
I'm not familiar with this particular one, but usually there's a 10-year sunset provision. But don't quote me on that with regard to this one, because I was not involved in negotiating that one, but typically there's a sunset date.
Okay, so if we don't have enough businesses or residents hook up to it, then the city would just, repay the total 1.6?
The portion that the developer is doing under a Pioneer agreement, they are at risk, not the city. So, if a developer was to put in, for example, 5 miles of sewer line anticipating development along there coming in, we go through a recession, it doesn't happen. After a certain period of sunset, the developer will not get reimbursed back. In a typical Pioneer agreement, I can't attest to this one.
All right, thank you.
You good, Commissioner? Okay, any other comments from any other commissioners? Okay, so we have a motion by Commissioner Bradford, seconded by Commissioner Ramos. I believe all the questions have been answered regarding sewer. Again, what Mr. Peters said, I'd like to reiterate, the city has an ordinance that is not going to force anyone on sewer. I just remember multiple years ago, there was a package plant that wanted to go on Lake Sydney to develop in that area, and the commission no longer supports that and denied that. And now you're getting sanitary sewer in that area, which is right on a lake, which is a lot better than the package plant or septic systems. So may we please reread the motion before we vote?
I hereby move to adopt ordinance number 07-2022 to rezone a give or take 39.36 acre property from City of Deltona single-family classification R1A to residential planned unit development RPUD at second and final reading for the following reasons. 1, the project represents an efficient use of city land resources. 2, the project is compatible with the dominant land use character of the city detached. 3, dwellings on individual lots. 4, the project net density at 3.26 dwelling units is consistent with the low-density residential land use designation. And 5, there is adequate public infrastructure, including central water, sewer, transportation capacity, and school space to support the proposed development. The acting city manager has the authority to make corrections of scrivener's errors and the like.
Thank you, ma'am. May we vote, please? Oh, Marcia.
Yeah, I'll read the ordinance. I mean, basically, we're duplicating, but it's ordinance number 07-2022, an ordinance of the City of Deltona, Florida, amending the official zoning map to rezone plus or minus 39.36 acres of land located on the east side of Alex Lane from City of Deltona single-family classification R1A to residential planned unit development RPUD, providing for conflicts, providing for severability, and providing for an effective date.
Okay. May we vote, please? And the motion passes 5-2. We'll move on to the next item, which is item B, a public hearing, ordinance number 11-2022, business planned unit development, a BPUD, Pell excavation, determination to remand the request of the Planning and Zoning Board or set a time certain to hear the request at first reading. Mr. Paradise.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. City Commission, Ron Paradise, Community Services for the record. Ordinance 11-2022 is a rezoning request to rezone 197 acres located in the Osteen area. This rezoning request is subject to quasi-judicial parameters. Any decisions need to be made on substantial, competent, professional evidence, and I will turn the floor over to our legal counsel for discussion on quasi-judicial hearings, ex parte communication, swearing in, and standing.
Okay, we're going to be following the same process again. So I'll be swearing in. Do we have a standing, folks, a list on this one, Ron?
We do have a standing list.
Okay, so the mayor has that.
Yeah, everyone has one.
Okay, so we'll treat this the same. If someone has standing, we're going to be asking them for substantial competent evidence, which is more than opinion. And then for others that may wish to comment but don't have standing, they will also be sworn in and treated separately. And after I swear everyone in, then the mayor will be asking everybody with regards to ex parte communications, just like we did before.
Okay, thank you, Marcia. And again, before we begin, those people who received a letter from the City of Deltona regarding this meeting shall note in their presentation of evidence that they have standing. We have a mailing list available to confirm who has standing. So,
okay, would anyone who has standing or wishes to offer an opinion or public statement, please stand and raise your right hand. Okay. Do you swear to tell the truth and nothing but the truth this evening to the county, to the City Commission?
I do.
Thank you.
okay, thank you. And now we will go ahead and go to ex parte communication from the city. Will you please go alphabetically?
Commissioner Bradford?
I did have a conversation with Glenn Stewart.
Commissioner King? Commissioner McCool?
I have attended the P&Z meeting regarding this when it first came up. I've also had a meeting with the applicant's attorney.
Commissioner Ramos?
Yes, I've had conversation with the applicant's attorney, Glenn Storch.
Commissioner Sosa?
I've had no ex parte communications.
Vice Mayor Bill Vasquez?
Yes, I watched the P&Z meeting online. I drove down Doyle in 415, and I also met with the lawyer.
Mayor Hersberg?
I also watched the Planning and Zoning Board meeting regarding this item, and I also had a conversation with the applicant's attorney, Mr. Storch. Okay.
Thank you.
So we've done the swearing in, and now we will have the presentation of the staff report. Mr. Paradise.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. As stated, ordinance number 11-2022 is a request to rezone approximately 197 acres of land associated with 4 individual tax ID parcels from County A1 Prime Agriculture, Resource Corridor, and rural agriculture to City of Deltona Business Plan Unit Development. The purpose of the rezoning is to accommodate an excavation use. However, just to state up front that nowhere near the entire 197-acre area is proposed to be rezoned. We'll get into this a little bit later in the presentation, but it's only going to be a small area that will be, converted or excavated. The project is known as the Pell excavation. Sometimes it's known as the Pell McCaskill excavation. And Pell and McCaskill refer to the property owners of the property. The Pell portion, the portion owned by the Pell family, is within the city, and the McCaskill properties are are located in the unincorporated county situated just to the east and abutting the Pell properties. The Pell property is located east of the State Road 415 corridor and is situated within the Osteen Joint Planning Area, the joint planning agreement between the County of Volusia and the City of Deltona. The JPA requires most land development projects to be processed as a plan unit development, hence the business plan unit development request. The county did approve an excavation on the abutting McCaskill property in late 2021. The intent is that the activity would include the Pell property, and all the access would come across the Pell property to access State Road 415. We'll talk about that in just a few minutes. As has been mentioned, the property still has county zoning classifications. This is because after the 2005 annexation of these properties, the city never changed the zoning. But when the joint planning agreement was entered into between the city and the county on the Osteen area, the future land use map was changed. The excavation will involve the removal of about 1.2 million cubic yards from both the Pell and McCaskill properties. The Pell property will yield about 413,000 cubic yards of fill. And this will consist, according to the information that we've been presented with, consist of 2 pits that will eventually become an open water lake. And these lakes will total about 11.5 acres. I think there's been some reduction also of that excavation window on the Pell property, and I'm not going to steal the applicant's thunder on that. The active extraction areas within the city will be confined to an upland area located in the northeastern section of the Pell property. The excavation is expected to have a lifespan of 5 years. And after 5 years, the excavation area will be reclaimed. All the hauling of burden removed from both the Pell and McCaskill properties will be done with a fleet of dump trucks. And access through the Pell property will be to State Road 415. There is anticipation the project will generate 400 heavy truck trips per day. The trucks will disperse on State Road 415 with approximately 70% of the trips going north. Most of these trips will go north on State Road 415, but we can anticipate that some of these trips will go down the Howland corridor and disperse throughout the community to support local construction projects, such as, you know, the development of a house on a vacant lot that needs some fill brought in, or a commercial project that needs fill resources on, say, the Howland corridor, or maybe even a city roadway project one day. The rest of the trips will be going south on State Road 415. Some of those trips will disperse along the Doyle Road corridor. I think about 10% of those trips are forecasted to go west on Doyle, and the remaining trips will continue south on State Road 415, probably for construction sites located outside of the city and the county. To ensure safe truck ingress and egress, a temporary median cut on State Road 415 has been secured. When the project is sunset, that median cut will be restored. The median cut will allow trucks to make more controlled left movements and have enough room to ensure at least one truck will be able to stay out of the travel lanes of State Road 415. The city road network, including State Road 415, has the capacity to support the traffic. The access point on State Road 415 is located about 1,200 feet to the north of the intersection of Doyle and State Road 415. The geometry of the road is straight, and it has a posted 45-mile-an-hour speed limit. Hours of operation would be limited to 6 a.m. to 5 p.m. No operation on Saturday or Sunday, and no operation on federal holidays as well. The area being excavated is remote and is located well away from the State Road 415 corridor. The nearest uses are 2 rural home sites that are located to the northeast of this property and the city's wastewater reclamation plant. This use would be compatible with those large lot rural dwellings and the city's wastewater reclamation plant operation. The majority of the site, 130.5 acres roughly, is wetlands. This whole operation will involve impacts to less than 1 acre, 0.69 acre, to accommodate haul roads. The haul roads need to be improved where they are at grade and they cross wetlands. The rest of the site will remain in a natural state. After reclamation, development options of this site will be extremely limited. Basically, most of the upland area will be excavated in an open water lake, and according to how the city calculates density, open water lakes, whether they're man-made or not, are not eligible for density any longer. The site will, basically, we will not be able to support a subdivision as we typically are approached with here in the city. Excavation uses tend to be located in rural areas, not typically located in the cities. This is kind of the exception, not the norm. This is, even though it's incorporated, it is in a rural area. Okay, let's talk about the Planning and Zoning Board meeting on April 20th, 2022. There are 3 recommendations, and I'll get into a little bit more detail about that, or 3 potential avenues the City Commission could take. But the PZ Board recommended unanimously, excuse me, that's not accurate, recommended with just 1 dissenter that the City Commission approve Ordinance 11-2022. Based on the following. The first 2 conditions are staff proposed conditions, okay, and they involve updating the development agreement to allow suitable areas of this property to be considered for a hurricane debris storage area for the city or other local government. And it provides the option for this to be one day, potentially, a public park. Now, I want to be very clear. Any of these operations, even though they are listed as potential uses, would require public compensation to the private landowners. This is not to suggest that this property would be a public park or would be used for hurricane debris storage. Those negotiations would have to happen between the city or a public entity and the private landowners. Okay. There's a large wetland system on this property. We mentioned there's 130.5 acres of this property that's wetland. And it's a large herbaceous wetland system. It has a forested swamp fringe to it. It's known locally as a savanna. Pretty significant feature, pretty significant wetland resource within the city. There was statements made at the meeting that, hey, you know, maybe it would be appropriate for this area to be granted a high level of protection through a conservation easement. The applicant, their representatives say, hey, look, you know, we think that's a good idea, but we need to clear it with the underlying landowners. However, you know, there has not been concurrence with regard to that. I want to be clear. Staff did recommend the PZ approve or recommend approval to the City Commission without the conservation easement. Okay? We think there's an ample level of protection in the PUD document to safeguard the savanna. Also stated that there was a statement added to the development agreement that only one house could be built on the site, just one. Again, there's been concurrence on everything else with the exception of the conservation easement encumbering the savanna. Based on the meeting on the 20th of April, there was a fair amount of enthusiasm expressed by the Planning and Zoning Board as with regard to the protection of the savanna through a conservation easement. Okay? With that being said, we felt that that was, a material factor that resulted in their recommendation. And one recommendation that staff come up with is that this be remanded back to the Planning and Zoning Board for further review in light of other protection measures that could be looked at with regard to safeguarding the savanna. There are two other options presented. One is to basically approve the request, the BPUD request. The other is to deny it. Staff does not recommend that this be denied. Either remand it back or find it consistent with the comprehensive plan and approve it subject to the updated development agreement and move it forward to the second hearing on June 20th, correct, Joyce? Yeah. I'll be happy to field any questions y'all may have with regard to this.
Commissioner Ramos?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Ron, just some clarification. So staff recommended the P&Z to approve without any of the conditions?
That's without the conservation easement on the savanna. We did recommend for the public park provision and the hurricane debris.
But if I hear you correctly, and the reason why you're saying, if anything, to send this back to the P&Z is because they felt that they were voting in favor for something that we had no idea we can get at all?
That I believe that was a compelling reason for them recommending approval. Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Commissioner McCool?
Ron, as it stands as R1A right now, what can go on that property? Could you verify that?
As it's currently zoned?
Yep.
Very low intensity land uses that involve native pasture, maybe improved pasture where it's suitable, hunting, fishing, like I said, just agricultural uses. The A1 zoning does allow for some pretty intensive agricultural type of operations, including potentially a feedlot, probably highly unlikely, but that's kind of one of those outlier uses in the prime agricultural zoning classification under Volusia County. And it's been a while since I've, cracked the county zoning code, so I'm kind of operating on memory here.
Right. Okay, so R1 doesn't get approved, stays at R1. If it does get approved as a BPUD, what is the stretch to go to RPUD? What is the suitability of that land if the applicant wanted to come back after a 5-year period and ask to do an RPUD? How much, what is the density or the suitability of that property for that?
Right now, the suitability for an urban type of subdivision, and when I talk about an urban type subdivision, I'm talking acre or smaller lots, is pretty much non-existent. Again, the savanna it's not suitable to support development, both from a physical and a regulatory standpoint, and the upland areas will already be pretty much spoken for. They could come in and do an RPUD for, say, like acreage-oriented lots, 10, 20, maybe larger acre lots. They may come in and say, well, we have a certain amount of lots that we can get, and then we would cluster smaller lots in an area that may be sufficient for it. I don't quite know where that area would be, but it's highly unlikely.
Okay, so I was at that meeting, and so unless I passed out also, right, it was the feeling to unanimously pass, almost unanimously passes, based on the suggestion of a conservation easement, right? I would have to go back and watch the full meeting again, but I think that that's where they were concerned about that. There was there not also concerns at that meeting regarding the maintenance of the roads? What I'm trying to get to, Ron, is you're asking us to pass this back to P&Z, right, with the new understanding?
That is an option, yes, ma'am.
Okay. The second is asking us to go ahead and vote on this evening. I understand that. So,
again, an option as well.
okay. Could you guide me then to where I need to voice my concerns or questions, I should say, and clarification regarding that before we decide to send it back to the P&Z, or now if it's something that we can vote on?
I think that the applicant would have some significant insight on that and has some valuable information that I think it would be appropriate for you all to hear.
And that is before the vote. Madam Mayor, I'm just trying to have that cleared up, okay? That it's either yes or no. We vote to send it back to P&Z before we hear any evidence in this matter, or do we hear all the evidence before we do? Okay.
The evidence, because you can't make a conscious decision without hearing the evidence. And we're in the middle of the process. So the next, after Commissioner Bradford is next, after we're done with Mr. Paradise, the applicant will present.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. Ron, has given the area being agricultural, I just want to have there been, have there been questions about the dewatering and contamination of the property over there, what that process is going to look like as far as that goes? Have we talked about that, like the hydrology? Does the staff have hydrology concerns with that over there as far as any of the dewatering process?
No, ma'am.
Okay. And let me ask you this. Is it true or not true that the county council, because I've heard that the county was, that they were for this project, but isn't it true that the county only approves of this project pending Deltona's opinion on this, whether it passes yes or no?
Yeah, the city's opinion is important based on the fact that access at minimum is going to be coming through the incorporated area.
Okay. So my concern, or I need clarification regarding the JPA out there, right? And what is the final where are we headed with that JPA agreement as far as that whole area out there? Because an opening from R1A to BPUD and then maybe going to RPUD, I just want to make sure when we say that the county council approves of this, they are not approving of this. It's contingent based on what the city of Deltona says. Is that not true? Because we have two portions of property out there that have been in contention. We have the JPA area, which is still really muddily, described or defined, right? We've not come to an agreement on that JPA area. This is being considered JPA West, and then we have East also that is, am I allowed to say it, that is under, review right now as well, right?
The McCaskill property referred to as JPA East has been determined by the county. And just for clarification, city and county staffs have worked together on both the special exception approval for the excavation use on the McCaskill property and this BPUD. Just kind of, they're at just different tracks.
Okay, so my concern is that there is not an overlay on this, right? This area out there when we're talking about the JPA, right?
There are. It's what is known as a local plan, which is appended to each local government's future land use element, and it has certain policies and provisions that are intended to drive land use making for this area.
Okay, so my question in asking all of that is that during our strategic planning, we talked about how we want that area out there to look, what the uses are, and I am not fundamentally against this as much as I have questions regarding how are we conserving that area out there when we haven't defined what that area out there is going to be. So then what happens? Do we indeed turn it from R1A to BPUD, and then the applicant comes back with an RPUD and it changes the integrity of what that is out there, like the transition areas and things like that? That's what my concern is.
If it did, it would have to come back through this rezoning process where both the county would be involved in the review and ultimately the city commission would be the decision-making body on the appropriateness of allowing that potential RPUD to be approved.
Okay, and that is, there again, that is my fundamental issue, because once that door is open, you don't close it again, right? The door opens, it doesn't close again. So I'm just trying to remedy that. And have we, my last question, have we answered the concerns regarding the road improvements there? Or so we have 400 trips a day going out there, not 400 cars. We have 200 trips a day with loaded dump trucks. Is that correct?
That is correct. Peak hour trips.
And I'm sure the applicant is going to be I'm just saying, I'm asking you because this is what I'm reading in the report, okay? 400 trips a day, is that yes or no?
Yes.
Okay, can you tell me, in those trips, is 200 of those trips going out and back in, or is it 400 trips going out? I'm asking you loaded or unloaded. Some of that's circuitous miles, so I'm asking you that.
I think the way it was written, it's 200 out and 200 in.
I get that. 200 loaded.
Loaded out and 200 unloaded coming back in.
Okay, I'm good with that. Have we talked about concerns for the road? I know it's a piece down the road. I know that we're doing that so that we can conserve, to have dirt closer to us, but there's going to be wear and tear on that road out there. How is that being mitigated and approved upon with that number of trips? That's a lot of trips.
The PUD does not address the maintenance or the condition of State Road 415. It's my understanding that all those trucks that haul do pay a fair amount of money in registration based on the weight that is, directly proportional to their impacts on the state highway system.
Okay, so our local people use that, right? Travel that, commercial uses it, I get that. So you're gonna tell me, and I'm asking questions that have been asked of me, please know that we have 200 loaded dump trucks per day using that road, right? The wear and tear for 5 years. And who is paying for that? Because that's not normal wear and tear. Those are not what I'm just trying to get this out here for transparency here, and the sake of transparency. Who pays for that to be redone, right? Because here's the thing. There are a set number of people that benefit from this, right? But everybody would have to pay in to have this fixed unless I understand who is paying for the roads that these parties benefit from. Who is paying for the mitigation and repair should that happen?
The hauler.
The hauler will. How is that determined, and how is that schooled? Who keeps track of that, and who makes that determination as to what that wear and tear is?
I can say definitively it is not dealt with in the development agreement. I also believe, based on, like I said, the registration fees and whatever other taxes and regulations, and I'm not that familiar with, heavy truck hauling and whatnot.
So I am, because that's kind of like my business, and that's why I'm asking this, right? I understand what gas tax covers, I understand what registration covers, but I also am understanding how much a loaded truck is going to bear weight on that, and my constituents have a major concern regarding that. We don't have any control what the state does, period. That's been proven. The state does what the state wants to do. However, we're going to bear the brunt of driving on crappy roads without any recourse for mitigating or improving that, right? Is that correct?
Yeah, it is. You observe, your observations duly noted. It is a state road.
So that is my concern. That is my concern, that we have no recourse. If that road gets torn up at the pace of which the state moves to take care of Deltona, Florida, we have no control over that. The only thing that,
correct.
Ron, am I understanding correctly that the only thing that we do have control over would be to say yes or no to this in order to mitigate? Is that?
And it can be conditioned.
A condition, tell me how.
Well, like we talked, the condition about, allowing a potential public park use.
I'm talking about the road. I'm not talking about the property.
I'm sorry, I misunderstood. No. I'm not sure that any condition we could make would have any impact on FDOT.
Exactly. My point exactly, and I'm just taking this in, that it's like pulling teeth to get any help from the state regarding that. So I'm just putting that out there. Our defense is we can't do anything after the baby's thrown out with the bathwater. We can't do anything about it. Knowing that, I just want us to understand that when we're making this decision up here, that we as a city do not benefit directly from a project that would have long-term ramifications on our road systems, and I just want us to think about that.
Commissioner McCall, if I can address your concerns. As Ron indicated before, the developers have already received permission from the DOT for a temporary crossing. That is all part of a right-of-way utilization permit. The city does not have any authority under that right-of-way utilization permit. That being said, 415 is not your typical roadway. 415 was designed with a much thicker base, much thicker pavement, designed for this type of traffic. Unlike driving down Doyle or unlike driving down a local road. So, the DOT is best suited to determine what type of truck traffic can go on those roadways.
And Mr. Peters, I appreciate that, sir, but the DOT is also responsible for helping us keep our entries clean to our cities and the roads picked up, and can barely keep up with that. And I'm like not really trusting that process as far as them taking care of issues that we're going to have 5 years down the road because of this. I'm just saying.
Any more questions, Commissioner McCool?
No, ma'am.
Commissioner Bradford?
Mic drop. I'm looking at the map, right? There's not much that's going to be done on this property.
That's correct.
This property is water. So the chance of this property becoming a residential unit development or anything really a lot that can be done to it, I'm going to say, just from looking at aerials and all the other pictures, it's slim to none. The best thing that could be done with it is, I think, getting dirt, getting the park, getting a much-needed location. I think during the last hurricane, one of the largest problems we had was finding a place to put our debris. If I'm not mistaken, the place we put it with the prior hurricane was not available this last time. And I mean, that's a lot. You need a huge area to put that. And right now, we don't have it. What else can be put on a BPUD? So let's just get it out there. So if it's switched to BPUD, hypothetically, what else could they put on a BPUD?
The way
truck stop?
No, the development agreement does not allow a truck stop. The uses are very specific and limited to basically the excavation use.
So that's really, and like I said, literally looking at the aerials of this, I don't see really much more that can be done with that property. I mean, there's so much wetlands on that property as it is. I just wanted to see if there's any other uses that could be used. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Commissioner Ramos?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Ron, what percentage of that of what we're talking is Deltona responsible? In the sense, so we know that the county approved, right? Mm-hmm. Their portion, if we can call it that, and waiting on us. Mm-hmm. So I guess my question is, what percentage does Deltona control of this?
Most of the excavation activity is going to be on the McCaskill property. I do not recollect the size of the excavation areas on the adjacent property, but again, as presented, only a little over 11 acres is going to be on Deltona's area. Deltona, obviously, all the hall's going to come through the incorporated area of Deltona through the Pell property. But yeah, the percentage is very minor on the Deltona property compared to the adjacent county property.
Thank you.
Okay, any more questions? There's none from the commission that I see here. We'll move on to the presentation from the applicant.
Now, I have, first of all, for the record, my name is Glenn Storch. It's actually an honor to be before you tonight. I don't get a chance to see you all very much, and so that's really nice. I have copies of the PowerPoint, if I can give those to you, if you'd like to have them, but I can't get across this thing. All right, and I think there's some for the city manager and the city attorney also. Let's go ahead. Can we go to the PowerPoint? Let's start with a couple questions. First of all, like I say, my name is Glenn Storch. I represent the applicant in this case, but I also represent the landowner because I'm required to, because that's the landowner. This is the Pell family property. This is not it. So, can we get the mine? I'm glad I made these copies.
Can you stop his timer too, please, while we deal with these? difficulties.
Thank you. There we go. Now I just move this? Yep. Okay. All right. So again, the first question is, does there need to be a remand? I've got to tell you, like I say, I enjoyed working before the planning board. They certainly, there was no recommendations at all regarding any conservation easement on the Pell family property. The Pells have owned this property for literally decades and decades. They have kept this property as it is in good shape during that period of time. They annexed this over 20 years ago, and they've never asked for any use of this property from the city other than what they're having to ask for tonight. And part of that is because they're agricultural users. They have orange groves, they have some cattle, but the orange groves, as you know, have gone through citrus greening, so orange groves are in bad shape. So this is an agricultural use to some extent. Your ordinance does not allow this to be done as an agricultural use. It doesn't allow it to be done as a special exception. In the county, this is a permitted use as a special exception. That's a very simple issue. And so, because it's something that's needed. It's something that's necessary, it's needed, they have conditions for it, so it doesn't have any impacts. In your situation, because you don't have that in Deltona, I have to go through a BPUD. And that's the only reason we're going through a BPUD, because it's the only option. The only option to do anything in this area is to go through a PUD. And because of the fact this is not a residential, I'm not doing residential uses here, I'm building a lake, a 9-acre lake. And that's the only thing we're really talking about in this particular case. So that's why, and the 9-acre lake has no impact on the savanna. That's why there was no recommendation for any conservation easement to the savanna, because a recommendation at that point for a conservation easement over another piece of property that has no impact on the savanna would have no real reason for happening. There's no rational nexus to it. So in this particular case, Pat did ask, is it possible to get a conservation easement? I said, that's great. I think I'm going to try. I think this is a good idea because, it's a wetland. We're not going to use it for anything right now, and they've been good stewards of the land all this time. They are concerned about it at this point, but they offered to make sure that this protection was in there, that the protection for the savanna was in the PUD itself. I gave language to that effect, and I also gave language to the effect that in the event this is ever amended, that would be a consideration for a conservation easement for the savanna. So I've done everything I can to protect the savanna, if that was the concern. If the concern was to take away rights, to not allow any use of this land, any use of these 188 other acres that we're not using, that is something I can't do, because that's not fair to the landowner. The landowner in this particular case is only, like I say, asking for 9 acres of use of a lake. And those 9 acres, again, are going to have become a natural resource at some point in 5 years. This is a temporary use, and a temporary use that helps protect agriculture and helps protect the natural ability of this land itself. It doesn't require you to go out there and develop this land. If we can't get any mechanism to use this land for agriculture, then you are going to end up requiring someone to go out there and try and do something with this land. And Commissioner McCool, just for your information, it's not that you're going into a PUD and therefore you've opened the door. That door is already open. You can do that anytime. You can go in for any time you want to go in for a rezoning, for anything you want to go into, as long as it's consistent with the comprehensive plan. And this comprehensive plan right now shows areas like within this area for residential. It shows up to 4 units per acre for some areas. It shows other areas 4 to 8 units per acre. Right now, you have a mechanism that would allow this to be excavated, this 9 acres, and at least during that period of time, for sure, nothing would take place, which is what this PUD says. Nothing takes place during that time. I thought it was a great idea. I'm really pleased that Mark and his family, with everything they've had to go through this past year, allowed for it. Don't forget, this has been going on for 2 years now, trying to get this thing through. 2 years. And we got the approval from the county over 5 months ago, and still trying to get to this point. And so during that time, one of the things you'll see is your PUD has changed because it was previously owned by Albert and Janet Pell. Albert Pell has passed away. So now it's Janet Pell, and I want to make sure you understand that. It was unanimous recommendation of the Planning Board. The Planning Board desired to protect the savanna from the area of wetlands. We found a way of doing that. We protected the area of wetlands known as the savanna during this period, and a potential for any amendment would require perpetual protection, or would certainly require consideration of perpetual protection. If I don't get this, if this is remanded back to the Planning Board, we basically might as well kill this project, because I've got, within 1 year, I've got to use that variance that we got from the county, okay? That is 1 year. That was from December. If this goes back to the Planning Board, we're not hearing this until September or October, probably. The special exception requires site plan within 1 year. Again, that's the thing. The remand will require a 3-month delay, and that just is not going to work in this particular case. And again, I should point out, that separate special exception is already set up. There is a provision in the county's approval that said the special exception will not become effective until access to the Volusia County portion of the excavation is approved by the city of Deltona. And this BPUD would do that. Or, in the alternative, the access point in Volusia County is evaluated and approved by the DRC. So I'd have to go back to the DRC. It may require us, if this is a problem, but the Pell family has indicated they would give us an easement. If this is a problem, we could then do it through Osteen. We could do it through some other place. But this is the ideal location for access. This is going to a 4-lane highway where the DOT has said they'll give us a median cut, a temporary median cut. And again, to answer your question, once that median cut is done, once the median cut is used for within the next 4 to 5 years, then you have to convert it back. You have to repair it. So if there is any concerns regarding that road, even though it's built pursuant to very, very high standards, dealing with very high traffic issues, if there is a problem, at that point we would deal with it, because we're going to be required to probably bond that median cut anyway and to replace it. So that will be fixed within that time frame. And again, this is a temporary traffic use. That's something to remember. This is a 4 to 5 year traffic use. And it's only, and during peak hour, you're looking at 31 trips during that peak hour. And you know how many cars go past at that same location during that period of time? 2,300 and something. So you're looking at 2,300 plus cars, and I'm going to add 31 trips. That's the amount of traffic we're talking about. That's why your technical memorandum from the traffic engineer said, this really doesn't have any impact. It's not going to have any impact at all. But let's keep going, all right? So I really request that I have the hearing tonight. I'm going to go ahead and make my presentation. You tell me what you think. Again, this is 197 acres. We're only using 9 acres of it. That's the 9 acres we're going to use right there. That's all. We're preserving everything else. There are some upland, small upland areas, but the major piece of uplands on this site is that 9 acres. That'll be turned into a lake. As Ron has indicated, whatever's in that lake goes away as far as any density. That can't be built upon. Plus, it goes into a system. If you look at this, you have your wetland system, you'll have your lake systems, you'll have your littoral shelves. It will all be natural resource. It will be a natural buffer at that point. It would really be something beautiful, I think. It's a maximum of 5 years of excavation. During that time, the remaining part of the parcel is maintained in its current use, which is nothing. Nothing really happens to that site except for the agriculture. But there is a possibility for a one single-family home to be built during the excavation. That one single-family home might be to the north of there, because the area that shows that little small lake at the top, that's going away. We're removing that 2-acre lake. It's not financially feasible. So what we'll do now is we'll only do the 9-acre lake, and that's it. So the excavation, in McCaskill, the excavation is a permitted use with special exception, with conditions. It does not require BPUD approval. It only requires access. With Pell, it's consistent with it's been found to be consistent with the Deltona Comprehensive Plan. Deltona requires a PUD rather than a special exception. That's why we're doing this, going through this process. But the city required the exact same conditions as the county. So they're consistent. This is a consistent use with this area. Again, staff recommendation approval. The applicant agreed to all the original, the conditions in the original staff report. We talked about the planning board recommendation of approval. I added these provisions regarding, I asked about the conservation easement. I worked out the deal to keep this thing preserved. The landowner would not agree. Well, we talked about that just now. This is the language that I wanted to add to this. And if you'll see this, I actually included this and handed it out to you so you'd have it. So this language specifically indicates that it's the intent to preserve this all during the time that we have it, and also in the event there's ever any attempt to amend the PUD or rezone, then this thing will require a consideration of a conservation easement for the Savannah. Because if this thing ever is amended, or if there ever is a rezoning of the site, agriculture would probably be taken off at that time. And at that point, there'd be no need to do anything other than to keep a conservation easement on the Savannah. I need to be very clear. I think Ron was trying to be clear as well. There was no condition in the motion to approve that required the remaining 180 acres to be either donated to the city as a public park, right, or to be donated to the city for hurricane debris. What we indicated, of course, is, sure, we'd be willing to talk. No problem if you're interested in buying it, absolutely. If you're interested in leasing it for hurricane debris, which is what the city typically does, that's fine, we'll talk. We'd like to be good citizens. They've had this property in the city for almost 20 years. And again, talking about what the benefit to the city is, this is a city property, a local person. It is a benefit to them as well as, I think, to the environment. All right, let's talk about the environment. The 9 acres of existing pasture will be excavated and then reclaimed with platted littoral shelves, creating a 9-acre natural habitat. The littoral shelves are like this. You actually come along and you put a little lower shelf there to have plant material, and that helps create an ecological system for the entire area. There'll be wetland monitoring. There'll be St. John's permit required to prevent impacts to the wetland systems. We have never had an excavation that had an impact to a wetland system. The density will be removed from that 9 acres. The remainder of the area will be protected during the excavation timeline, except for the potential that one single-family home. Large setbacks are going to be required and are set aside in the PUD between the wetlands and the excavation to protect the wetlands. It allows the continuation of the agricultural use. The lake is allowed to connect to an adjoining lake within the McCaskill excavation, because as you see, that line there is where the city and the county is. This is really supposed to be part of a single lake, and that's the idea. And so the county granted a variance to allow us to connect to this lake. There's no impact to the neighbors. I mean, how many times do you have a request for any sort of rezoning where there's no impact to any neighbors? Look how far this is from any neighbors whatsoever. These are hundreds of feet away from neighbors. We're not asking to construct anything. We're not asking to build anything. We're asking to dig a lake and create a natural system. I should point out, and again, if you've got any questions whatsoever, I've got Mark Dowse with me, and he will tell you about the new excavation techniques that are really far better than anything you've seen in the past. They cause little impact. There's no noise. There's no mounds, etc. Traffic, this is important. So no Saturday, Sunday, or holidays to prevent interference with beach. Excavation ends at 5 p.m. to avoid rush hour traffic. We've talked about the fact that we have got a special median cut on 415 and only added 31 trips to the 2,336 peak hour volume that currently exists. Now, here's something interesting. So our initial estimate of this was that 90% of the property of the trips that we're generating will go either north, 70% north on 415, 4-lane highway, or 20% to the south. It does indicate there would be about 10% to Doyle Road. I talked to the vice mayor. The vice mayor was probably looking at this last hearing you just had, and the vice mayor was concerned about any trucks on Doyle Road because of the schools. I talked to my client. This is how you work things out and solve problems. I talked to my client. My client agreed they're not going to do anything on Doyle Road. Any contracts, and I've got some language right here, I said, Apex agrees as part of their regular business operation to request the location for fill.
Thank you, sir. Let him finish reading.
Okay.
I know we had to stop it. Just let him finish that.
Well, I think this is important.
And that's it then.
That's fine. Whether the route to request the location for fill and whether the route for fill would require proceeding to Doyle Road. Applicant will not enter contracts for fill that requires using Doyle Road as a thoroughfare. In addition, applicant will place signage on the driveway going out of the excavation site that clearly states no through trucks traffic on Doyle Road. It's a way of solving the problem. Okay. And I know she was concerned about the schools. That does solve a problem, especially after what I've heard about concerns from Commissioner McCool regarding the status of the road structure itself. 415 is built for this, and I think that's really it.
Okay, do you have any evidence presenters from the applicant, anyone that you've brought along? And then we'll go to questions for commission. Okay, commissioners, do you have any questions? We have a lit up here. Vice Mayor, Commissioner Bradford, Commissioner McCool. For you, Glenn.
Thank you, Mayor. So, you did answer my question, which was driving down Doyle was one of my biggest concerns. We have a public school, elementary school there.
Right.
We also have a Head Start not too far away. Not to mention the Doyle roads are very narrow. It's only 2 lanes, one up and down, right? And it's very narrow. Having these trucks traveling on Doyle is a concern to me because not only more for the school, the trucks will be traveling there during school time. And the damage that will cause to the Doyle roads.
I could tell how important that was to you when you told me about these issues. I immediately went to my client. I have a good client, and that client indicated that we're not going to do this, just like I said. So I've found a mechanism to prevent any use of Doyle for this issue.
So you're telling me that there will be no construction trucks driving up or down Doyle Road?
That's correct, because we're not taking any contracts that require that. We won't even sell fill material for anyone who does that. So that's the idea. That's how we're going to do it. It wasn't going to be very much anyway. It would have been maybe 3 trips per hour during prime hour. But the bottom line is we made it doesn't matter. It's something we'll give up, and we've given that up.
Okay. The other question I have, how many acres are on the Volusia side?
187.
187.
Mm-hmm.
Right. And my other question is, let me see where I wrote that. I don't know if it was Ron who said after the 5-year contract, the land is reclaimed. Reclaimed by the Pels family?
No, when we say reclaimed, it means that you do your excavation, but you put your littoral shelf in, and so then you replant the entire littoral shelf. So when this lake is done, this is how it looks. It looks like a natural lake system.
So it's like rebuilt?
It is totally rebuilt. It is a natural lake system, and more importantly, it is an ecological treasure because it can be used as a natural habitat for ducks and for a lot of the other animals in this area.
Okay, and then you did mention that the DOT did give a permit for the use of 415.
The DOT was very concerned, or not DOT, we were concerned about impacting Doyle, we were concerned about impacting Osteen, and we were able to work with DOT to grant a special median cut that is about 1,100 feet away from the Doyle entrance. So we're way away from the Doyle entrance. It will not have any impact on Doyle. It'll be a special median cut. We have to pay for it, of course. We'll build it, we'll use it during that 5 years, and then we have to rebuild it to fix it back the way it was.
That was going to be my next question, but you answered it. Thank you. You made a comment about the orange groves.
Yes.
They're very, will they eventually come back? Because I really like the juice.
I don't know.
I really like their orange juice. It's delicious.
You're not the only one. As Mark will tell you, I love it. The problem, of course, and they've been able to eke out. The problem is the trees are so weakened by citrus greening. I've had several that have died at my place. I don't know if it'll come back. I don't know how it's working. I don't know if they're replanting.
Well, I hope they do.
Yes.
I hope they do. But thank you for the
But
answer.
this does give a small amount of money to them to allow them to help with that agricultural use.
All right. Thank you so much for the answers.
Thank you.
Commissioner Bradford?
I don't know if this is going to be for, you, Mr. Schwartz, or more for even our staff, so tell me if I need to switch it over and wait. You mentioned that the county did a special exemption versus a BPUD.
Right.
So I guess part of my question is, Ron or whoever, why didn't we even look at doing a special exemption versus a BPUD? Why?
You don't have a provision for that, and your comp plan apparently provides for this area, you're supposed to do a PUD.
Is it the JPA that requires the PUD?
I think so. Is that right?
That's
Yeah,
what I think.
I'm just wondering why it wouldn't have even been brought to us as an option to say, hey, do we want to change this? Do we want to look at this? The county's doing it, so.
Yeah, the city and the county kind of took different approaches to how it wanted to process development within the JPA. The county undertook an administrative rezoning of the JPA around, I want to say, 2015-16 timeframe. And they created new zoning classifications for that unincorporated Osteen area within the JPA, and then had a list of uses. And under the special exception provision in this county's code, they had excavation consistent with, what is it, Section 817, I think. I could be wrong, yeah. The nomenclature is actually pretty much the same as the cities, believe it or not, because our excavation requirements in the counties are pretty much identical. That's kind of the history behind that. And the city was content just to process these developments under the umbrella of the plan unit development.
Well, and the only reason I ask that is because individuals, when they start hearing PUDs, that's when they start tensing up and freaking out. Whereas, like you're saying, under excavation, as a special exemption, I would have thought it would have been an easier, maybe not even easier, but more logical reasoning to say, hey, this is what's happening, and we can revitalize this property over the next 5 years. And, you look at that, and to me, it's gorgeous. It's beautiful. And I love the fact that they're going to put effort to make something special out of it.
It really is. In fact, I don't know if you know this, but Mark lives on the Savannah. So that's what's so important as well. But the bottom line is that the legal mechanism, the PUD versus the special exception, the only real difference is a special exception is basically a permitted use. You meet all the conditions, you're permitted. The BPUD, you have to go through a full-scale zoning, but the conditions that we're putting in here are the exact same as the conditions that are required under the special exception. And that's what, as Ron indicated, that's why they worked together with the county to make sure that they were both very happy with the conditions.
10-4.
Good. Commissioner McCool?
Hey, Glenn, can you just clarify a couple of things?
Sure.
One, a home only on the property for the time of the excavation, is that like a mobile unit, or are they building, somebody going to, it's a beautiful area, is somebody going to live out there and steward the property?
Yeah, one of the reasons we were looking at this is because that two-acre excavation would only give them maybe $30,000, $40,000, okay? And that area, that site for that would be beautiful for a state home. is what we were looking at. So no, they were not looking at a mobile home.
One home.
Yes.
Okay. So just a couple of comments. With the special exception, with the cut-through that you have right here, was the traffic engineering done with the impact projections on that median? Was a traffic impact study done with the cut-through, any, you know what I mean, with that median impact?
Yeah, I believe it was. That's what I thought. Mark, is it okay if I bring my engineer up?
Yeah, I just want to, because
Okay.
I do want that clarified.
For the record, my name is Mark Doust. I'm an engineer with the firm Mark Doust & Associates, 536 North Halifax. Actually, the median cut was one of the first things we suggested with the DOT. They don't particularly like you messing with their medians, and so their initial approach was, please no. We looked at an approach where we would head north, turn down a side road, turn around on private property, and come back. And we explored that actually for a couple of months. Deltona was not particularly happy with that. They thought it would cause more impacts. And when we went back to the DOT with those concerns, we had more history at that point. They reconsidered it and granted us the median opening. So that was actually the best traffic solution all around, but sometimes you can't always get the best traffic solution. But that's
I should also point out it was very important for us not to have any impact to Osteen, to the Osteen area. And so the other option would have been to go down to Maytown. And again, this avoided that entirely. So the whole thing avoids Osteen and also reduces density.
Okay. My concern with that, just in talking about that, when we talk about, there was a very good point brought up about the trucks being on Doyle Road. It's, first of all, really, really tiny.
Right.
And I have serious deja vu from when a certain entity coming in and said that they would not travel certain roads, and we've had fallout from that, right? Listen, you have drivers that don't necessarily pay attention. So that's one of my concerns also, is the impact of you telling them not to, but that happening, you know.
I have two, that's why I said I had two ways of ensuring this. One, we don't take any contracts. We won't self-fill because we're going to ask where this is for, where the job site is. If the job site requires it to go through Doyle as a thoroughfare, we can't do it. It'll be in the PUD itself. Second, of course, we also have the sign itself that will say no Doyle thoroughfare, no through on Doyle. But third, I have a mechanism that says that if the truck drivers violate any of these things, then they can't work for us anymore. And we've been very good about that. This is not our first rodeo. We've had a number of excavations. We had another excavation on 415 that we worked very hard on. And in this particular case, there was a truck driver that didn't do what he was supposed to do. He got canned. It was that simple. We don't mess around when it comes to our representations. If we have a representation of this, and this was important to me, and I understood this when the mayor was talking about the size of the road, the schools and everything else. The important thing is the client understands, and the client, it's not going to be that big of an impact to their bottom line. There's a massive need for fill right now. If I need to take this to down 415 north or south instead, not a problem.
Okay. And last question. Thank you very much for that. The starting beginning hours, I don't travel that. I know that you've done the study or whatever, but it seems counterintuitive to stop at 5 o'clock when they're exiting. Do you know what I'm saying? When that's when the majority of time when people get off, can you just clarify that for me?
Harvin, can you come up here? We had two options, actually. And it was...
I just want that cleared up.
I understand. Harvin just has bad knees. Okay. Harvin, so the two options as far as time frames were what?
My name's Harvin Clark, 2129 Avocado Drive in Port Orange. Our day stops at 5 o'clock. Our actual workers don't leave until a little bit later because they have to get the machines ready for the next morning, so we don't have any delays in the first thing. So.
Okay, just no mass exodus from construction site at 5 p.m. with the traffic, right? Am I understanding that you stop at 5, but your people will be leaving
Right, correct.
later than that?
But there'll be no additional trucks at that point.
So they'll be in the barn by 5 o'clock? That's what I'm going to ask you also.
We hope so, yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
You good?
Why don't you sit closer?
Yes, ma'am, I'm good, thank you.
Okay, Commissioner Sosa and then Commissioner King.
Yeah. I know we discussed Doyle Road. Will there be any traffic going down Howland?
There could be. I mean, if there was a job down Howland, I mean, it's a 4-lane highway, and I can't say that I don't want any fill in Deltona. That'd be terrible. And in fact, for your road, you may need it.
Okay. My only concern is a lot of time we have trucks that go down Howland and they use Golden Hills to Noah Street as a cut through over to Cortland. I've had a lot of complaints about that, but we've got several houses being built in the area. I just want to make sure they don't use that as a cut through.
If that's something you want to add as a condition that we'll put in a provision that says no cut through for that as well, we have no problem with that because we can add those to our contracts with the truck drivers.
Okay. I mean, that would be a concern for me if we have a lot of traffic going down.
I just need to understand it because I don't understand where those streets are. But yes, if you'll tell me what the streets are, we can add that.
All right, thank you.
You're welcome.
Just one other thing. In the report I got, it says it's an 11.5 acre.
Yeah, it's actually, we've taken away that 1 second thing, so now it's only a 9 acre.
Okay, so it'll make it 9?
Yeah.
And just the last thing, it says it's going to be managed to ensure appropriate operation. Who's going to actually manage that?
Harvin. And he's going to be available 24 hours. We make sure of that. We also have other people that are involved, but Harvin is the #1 guy that will be managing this.
All right. Perfect. Thank you, sir.
You're welcome. Thank you. And by the way, Commissioner, I apologize I didn't get to you to talk to you or to Commissioner King. I apologize. I just ran out of time.
Commissioner King?
Simple question.
Sure.
Let's go back to times. It's on. It's on. I did it. It's on. I think you stated 6 in the morning till 5. Is that what you said?
We changed it to 7.
Yeah, it's 7 to 5. We changed it, I think, at the planning board. So it's 7 to 5.
Okay.
Okay.
I'm not opposed to this, but I tell you what, I'm concerned about, I think you said there was really only 2 houses out there that would be impacted by any of this traffic in and out the road, getting there.
I'm talking about the area near the lake itself. The area near the lake is like I say, hundreds of feet away from other houses. Certainly traffic, you're right. There's certainly some people who might be impacted by traffic, but I'm doing my best to prevent that.
Okay, we're talking about the truck traffic now, right?
Yes, sir.
Because I'll tell you what, if I had 200 trucks coming down my little road in the morning to get loaded up to leave at 7 o'clock in the morning,
right,
I'm ready to go out there with a shotgun and start blowing some salt around, you know what I mean?
And I can understand that. And again, what you have to remember is that this is over the entire day that you have these trucks coming in and then loading up and coming out.
Right.
You're not going to hear any of the nice thing you didn't hear about this is you're not going to hear any loading itself because all the loading is in the pit itself. The trucks go down into the pit and they're loaded in the pit.
Okay, let me back up now.
Okay.
We're talking about 200 trips a day. How many trucks are we talking about?
Well, mostly you're talking about probably the same. Harvin, you want to come up here a second? Again, what usually happens is you have a certain number of trucks that start, and they go out, and then they fill, and then they dump, and then they come back. So it's not 200 trucks.
No.
It's
a number 12 of trucks?
Yeah, it's a number
20
of trucks that come back and forth.
Same truck.
Not the same one, but that'd be a little rough. But there's Harvin, how many trucks usually?
I'm sorry?
How many trucks, individual trucks, are there every day?
It depends on the market, but there could be 10, there could be 20.
Yeah, I mean, 10 to 20 trucks that would come in and out. And again, it depends on the market. It depends on how many contracts you have that day.
Yeah, I was just a little concerned about, we're not having a great impact on the community, on the surrounding community. But if there's 2 houses there,
yeah,
that's 100% of the houses in the area that could be impacted. See what I'm saying?
I do. And I will tell you again, if there's any complaints, one of the things we do is we provide notices to the individual areas around us saying, if you have a complaint, talk to us. We'll find a solution for it. It's one of the reasons, and Harvard is really good at this. And I tell them the same thing to me. I say, if Harvard can't do it, call me. We'll find a solution, because my job is to try to work with the neighbors as well.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Commissioner McCool?
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and I'm inclined to agree with Commissioner King, and keeping in mind that the Pels are like part of our area here. I mean, who's not had their juice out there? You know what I mean? And they are good stewards. The property is fantastic. So I am not against the project so much as have serious concerns, because my constituents have serious concerns, right? And I believe that those have been answered this evening as far as that goes, because I'm going to have a problem too, you know what I mean, when my residents are calling about the traffic out there, just knowing that ahead of time. It's, they have concerns about the ecological impact, which we've addressed those, and the traffic impact. The traffic and road impact is probably on the top list of concerns.
I agree, and like I say, I think we've really worked hard to resolve the traffic impact. The one that we had on 415 was a 2-lane highway, and we didn't have any real issue. I mean, I went past it every single day. That's where I live. I didn't have seem to have an issue. This is a 4-lane highway. It's a special median cut for it. It really has we've made a concerted effort. It's going to cost us a lot, but we made a concerted effort to have no impact if we possibly can. And by the way, there are a lot of conditions we didn't talk about that are incorporated into the PUD and will also be incorporated in the St. John's Water Management District permit. Don't forget, we have to still get that St. John's Water Management District permit.
Okay, thank you. Okay, that is going to wrap that up. Well, now we're going to move on to presentations, comments, public participation from people withstanding. Liz, do we have anyone withstanding for this item?
No one.
No one?
For that form. Ma'am, I don't have you as withstanding. I have you as public comment.
Yes, you can, but people withstanding are those that received a letter from the city. Anyone that received a notice from the city. Okay, so there's no one withstanding. Okay, then we'll move on to general public participation.
Okay, we have a Lori Warnick and Albert Bryant. Warnick, please.
Good evening. My name's Lori Warnicki, and I live off of 415 and Collins Road. Everybody's very familiar with Collins Road. We can hardly keep the construction traffic off that road, but that's a different story. And first and foremost, I'm not against the borrow pit. But I'm not sure either where we went from 400 trucks to 31 trucks, but if you add 400 trucks in addition to the thousands of cars that are added for the 2 subdivisions that are in our backyard to that little corridor of Doyle Road, I believe it's going to be a dangerous mix. I drive 415 every day, and I drive during peak hours and non-peak hours. I'm semi-retired. I have people driving through downtown Osteen at 60 mile an hour plus. They cannot control the speed on that road. I have people passing me on the turning lane, the center lane, going 50 miles an hour through Osteen. A dump truck weighs 70,000 pounds. It's going to go from a dead stop, pulling out onto 415, with someone going 60 miles an hour. Until someone, whether the city or the county control the speed on 415. I think there's going to be too many, there's accidents now almost every week through that corridor. If any of you've driven it, it's like taking a brick wall and pulling it out on wheels onto 415. And if it's, I'm learning more tonight. I believe it's a contract type deal. I'm not really sure how you can keep people off Doyle Road. They say they will. I've been told to keep people off Collins Road, and it's a weekly occurrence, whether it's, but basically, I'm really concerned about the safety issue of 415. Not so much the borrow pit, not so much the wear and tear. I'm worried about people's lives. And I thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, ma'am.
Albert Bryant, please.
Albert Bryan, Deltona. Wow, a lot to take in here on this one. Let's see here. If I'm to believe what they're saying, there's going to be no impact at all on 415. But, you know, it's funny. I can honestly say I have seen the impact of what one of these does to a road. Because for the last 5 years, I've been watching them excavate off of I-4. They have literally taken 12 acres and turned it into a 30-foot pit. Now it's full of water. It's amazing. The trucks coming and going have left what they can find, almost an inch of soot. Because when they drive down the road, oh, that's right. What comes off these trucks? Oh, that's right. Dust from where they just were. So it impacted the actual forest that they were running through. Now, let's think about this for just a minute. From what my paperwork is telling me, not from what they're telling me, from what my paperwork, and I have to go by what the paperwork says, because that's what your staff is presenting to us. Oh, and I appreciate y'all remembering the public when you handed out the paper to them. Oh, that's right, we didn't get any paperwork, that's right. Oh, okay, now, let's think about this for a minute, roughly. I'm thinking 1,270,800 cubic feet of land that's going to be pulled out of the ground. At today's prices, that's today's prices, okay? That's $15 million, okay? $15 million. Now, I understand they've owned this land for 20 years. I get that. They've been great stewards to the land. Think about that, though. They're going to take and run, what'd she say, 70,000-pound trucks up and down our street at, let's see here, roughly per year. That's about 100,000 trips per year. Okay. Let's see here, 100,000 trips per year. You know, divide that in, that's, you know, $150,000, you know, for, you know, just half those trips. So they're making $15 million off this. At today's prices, that doesn't include the 8.7% inflation we're running at right now. Oh, you know, that really adds up quickly. So they could make, you know, up to $20 million. And what are we getting out of this? What are we as a city getting out of this? Oh, that's right. We get to argue with the state to take them what? Oh, fix a road like we do with the county. Oh, that's right. How long have we been arguing with the county about Lake Helen Osteen Road? Oh, how long did it get us to argue with the county to actually fix 4 or a Howland Boulevard? Oh, 10 freaking years. And it's taken what? Oh, that's right. More than 18 months they promised to get it fixed. You know, really? $15 million. I think they could resurface that road for a quarter of that price.
Thank you, sir.
Closes public comments.
Okay. Rebuttal.
First of all, I think it's important to note that the only thing I handed out to you was the same thing that the public was able to see, that we put in our PowerPoint. That's all I gave you. So I think it's important to say. Secondly, safety is really an important issue for us as well, as you can imagine. Logically, the last thing we want to do is have any liability, any problems. And so one of the requirements in here, as you saw, is signage. Trucks entering highway signage that will be required to be placed on here. And again, we did this exact same thing on 415. A bigger lake, as a matter of fact, at that point. But it was, we had 4 years of it. 4 years? And we never had an accident, never had a problem with anyone. There was no issues as far as trucks entering the highway or trucks leaving the highway. And I think that says something for the fact that this is not an inherently dangerous thing. It is a use that is necessary. We need fill. There are dump trucks that are going to be using roads, and this road is designed for it. And so the bottom line is, from a traffic standpoint, and again, we've taken traffic off of Doyle because of your suggestion. I should point out that this lady I really appreciate, because the road that Mark talked about going up to and turning around in was Collins. That's what DOT wanted us to right. That's what DOT wanted us to do. And the city said, we don't think that's a real good idea. We'd prefer to do this where it's much safer and where it won't have an impact on Collins. So that's why we're doing that. But I thought it's interesting that we have a lady from Collins here tonight. So we're doing everything we can, and we'll continue to work with you. If anyone obviously sees issues, we will address them. This is a continuing operation. Obviously, if anyone complains to the city is going to contact me. I know Mr. Peters will do that. And I know that my clients, who have a good reputation, will do what is necessary to solve their problems.
Any questions for the attorney, for the applicant's attorney?
Thank you.
Commissioner Sosa and Commissioner McCool.
I just have one question. I don't know if it's more for you or Mr. Peters. The property just to the north of it, is that the Lohan property?
I think the property just to the north of this site is, Mark, is that your property? Yeah, that's...
Okay, so I'm trying to look at the map here with that house there, and then the property after that. I'm trying to visualize where this is going to be going that way, heading north.
Okay, we can go back, maybe.
Because I want to know if that's close to the eastern plant.
So where are we talking about?
The eastern wastewater.
If you go to the north, further up, it has a picture of a house here. That's why I was wondering.
Northeast, that's
okay.
It's further. It's further
Oh,
east.
right. Yes, that's correct. Yeah, in fact, that's actually, I'm glad you brought that up, because my understanding is there's a wastewater plant that you're putting basically there.
Right.
And this, to me, provides a really nice buffer.
Right. Now, I don't know, Mr. Peters, have we closed on that, or are we still in negotiations on it?
We're closed on it.
We're closed on it? So basically, that house in the picture north of where we're looking for this pit has been closed on and now belongs to the city. So basically, we wouldn't really need this property to do any burning for, storm debris, because we have that.
Well, just to be clear, the house immediately to the south of the eastern wastewater plant is city property now.
Okay. I just wanted to clarify that. Thank you.
Commissioner McCool?
Yeah, and can we just clarify for the public that that's 400 trips a day, not 400 trucks per day?
Yes, trips going in and out.
That is 200 coming in, 200 going out, vice versa, whatever.
Over the
course of the 8-hour day, but not 200 trucks.
No, absolutely not.
Okay, commissioners, any other questions? Okay, now we will go ahead and call for a motion and a second, and then commission discussion. Commissioner Ramos? Are you on the board for a
Yes,
motion or a question?
For motion.
Okay.
I hereby move to approve ordinance number 11-2022, the Pelican Convention Business Plan Unit Development Rezoning Request with the development agreement as attached at first reading and schedule a second final reading for June 20th, 2022, based on the following reasons and facts. The excavation used will be managed to ensure appropriate operation, including hours, days of use, and heavy truck traffic usage. The property will be subject to a reclamation plan. The property in the future will not be eligible for urban development, thus perpetuating the rural character of the East Osteen area. Urban development will no longer be an option, therefore urban sprawl will not be introduced into Osteen area earmarked for non-urban uses. There will be less potential future conflicts with city operations in the area, like the Eastern Water Reclamation Plant, and the request is consistent with the comprehensive plan by furthering several provisions that address management and conservation of soil and mineral resources. The acting city manager has the authority to make corrections, scribblers, errors, and the like.
Commissioner Bradford, second on the board. Okay, properly moved by Commissioner Ramos, seconded by Commissioner Bradford. Are there any more questions from the commission? Commissioner Bradford, do you have it lit up for a question, or was it for the second? For the second. Okay.
Madam Mayor?
Yes.
May I interject? Just taking some notes here. If I would appreciate it if you all could direct staff, if this is the will of the commission, to insert language into the development agreement about prohibition of trucks on Doyle and maybe Golden Hills. Also to, modify the size of the excavation area from 11.5 to 9 acres, and clarify the 7 a.m. to 5 p.m., and then to look at adding the language in about the savanna. Are you okay with that?
Yeah, I provided in the PowerPoint language regarding the savanna. I provided language regarding Doyle protection. I need to make sure and add a provision indicating
Golden Hills?
Yeah, I need to add a provision regarding Golden Hill, and it'll be something in a similar way. Or we'll put a provision that says that we'll give notice to trucks not to use Golden Hill as an alternative. Okay?
Okay, Commissioner Ramos, it's your motion. Would you want to amend that? Is that what you need, Mr. Paradise?
I would amend what Mr. Paradise has said.
Okay, so you're going to amend the timing from 7 to 5?
Yes.
That was
Yes,
requested?
it was. Right.
Then the no traffic on Doyle?
Well, the language we gave you, no traffic.
The language,
Right.
and adding Golden Hills?
Yes.
Okay. And Mr. Paradise?
And the language regarding the protection of the savanna. Yes.
There was one other thing, right?
It was important to me that I made my promise to the planning board to try and do that.
Was there not another item?
Did we miss something, Ron?
The 9 acres.
How many acres from 11?
The actual excavation will be approximately 9 acres as opposed to 11.5.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Now let's take a quick pause because the clerk is going to have to reread this motion in just a minute. Yeah. You're good, Commissioner Bradford, on the record for adding that in there? I am frozen. Frozen. He's got a fan. I'm freezing, and he's got a fan. I'm dying. I'm frozen. I'm going to put my other sweater on.
I am frozen.
Oh, it's okay.
It's so cold in here. It's terrible cold.
I am.
Okay. Or fake furs.
Only if you are.
Okay, the motion was, I hereby move to approve ordinance number 11, 2022, the Pell Excavation Business Plan Unit Development rezoning request with the development agreement as attached at first reading and schedule a second and final reading for June 20, 2022, based on the following reasons/facts. A, the excavation use will be managed to ensure appropriate operation, including hours/days of use and heavy truck usage. B, the property will be subject to a reclamation plan. C, the property in the future will not be eligible for urban development, thus perpetuating the rural character of the East Osteen area.
Well, I'm sorry, in the future, ever? I mean, that's, are you saying that you're taking away any potential for development on the site? Because I'm not sure that's appropriate.
Property will not be eligible for urban
development,
For
thus
urban
perpetuating
development.
the rural character.
Yeah, I mean, we are obviously, this results in perpetuation of the rural character, that's correct.
So now what?
But I just, I'm suggesting you cannot say that in the future nothing will happen. So you can say that what this does is to perpetuate the rural character. And I'm just trying to be careful about that.
Mayor? I mean, I was under the impression, obviously, they have a 5-year commitment, and that's what this is referring to. That's under the impression that I'm in. This is for the 5-year period that you're using.
5-year period, that's fine.
I think that needs to be specified in the motion. I would feel more comfortable if that was specified in the motion.
Okay.
It's perpetuating.
Good luck, Joyce.
And the
Period, yeah.
That's fine. So I just need to clarify. Thank you.
So I'm going to reread number C. The property in the future will not be eligible for urban development, thus perpetuating the rural characteristic of the East Osteen area for the 5-year period.
Perfect.
Okay.
And now read D.
B?
D, the next one.
Yeah. Urban development will no longer be an option. Therefore, urban sprawl will not be introduced into the Osteen area earmarked for non-urban uses.
During this period.
Again, during
this
the same,
period.
it has to be added in there.
E, there will be less potential future conflicts with city operations in the area like the Eastern Wastewater Reclamation Plant. And F, the request is consistent with the comprehensive plan by furthering several provisions that address the management and conservation of soil and mineral resources. We added time to change from 7 to 5. Also added was no traffic on Doyle and Golden Hills.
Well, there's specific language that's provided in the PowerPoint regarding how the traffic will be prevented on Doyle.
No, but Joyce can't, she doesn't have that.
Yeah, so how do we deal with that? Can we just say that we have made language, we have offered language for Doyle and for environmental protection? Or for Santa Fe?
Well, Ron.
And Golden Hill.
I think, it would just be best to direct staff to work with the applicant on preparing language, and then we would present that language at the second and final hearing on the 20th.
May I ask a question, though? When we're talking about the development, is this going to restrict them from building their, I guess you said estate on the property? No. Okay,
No.
thank you.
No.
Okay.
So we're in agreement that we're directing staff to work with the applicant to present final language at the second and final reading?
Yes.
Regarding Doyle, regarding the
And Golden Hills.
protection of Golden Hills and the protection of Savannah.
Yes. And then she has to add the size of the lake in there as well.
That's right.
Do what?
The reduction.
Yeah, we're going to insert language to protect the savanna. That was another one that we
Yeah,
added.
we've got that.
Okay, and then actual excavation from 11 acres to 9 acres.
9 acres, that's it. That's it.
Okay.
And that was it, right?
Yeah, the difficulty we had is because it wasn't up on the screen, the clerk can't pick it out, so, and she didn't get a copy of what you passed out, so. But I think we're okay. We're okay now.
I want to really work with the staff to have that Golden Hills language anyway.
Madam Mayor?
Yes.
If I can suggest, let's have the clerk read it one more time.
Oh, good God.
And then have Mr. Sosa concur that that's his language.
Ramos.
Do you
On
want
the
the whole?
motion.
Ramos.
I'm sorry, Mr. Ramos.
I'm going to see where I left. I'm going to see where I left off. Okay. I hereby move to approve ordinance number 11, 2022, the Pell Excavation Business Planned Unit Development rezoning request with the development agreement as attached at first reading and schedule a second and final reading for June 20, 2022 based on the following reasons/facts. A, the excavation use will be managed to ensure appropriate operation, including hours/days of use and heavy truck traffic usage. B, the property will be subject to a reclamation plan. C, the property in the future will not be eligible for urban development, thus perpetuating the rural character of the East Osteen area for the 5-year period. D, urban development will no longer be an option, therefore urban sprawl will not be introduced into the Osteen area earmarked for non-urban uses for the 5-year period. E, there will be less potential future conflicts with city operations in the area like the Eastern Wastewater Reclamation Plant. And F, the request is consistent with the comprehensive plan by furthering several provisions that address the management and conservation of soil and mineral resources. Again, we added that the time is to change from 7 to 5. We're adding to direct staff to work with the applicant to present final language at the second and final reading, and that's to protect Doyle, Golden Hills, and the Savannah.
And the pit.
That should be
in the pit.
The size of the pit.
Lake size in there?
Yeah.
And that's what I thought of.
That was the last one, from 11
Yeah, because I
acres
have
to
to
9.
insert language to protect the Savannah, and then I have the last one was actual excavation from 11 acres to 9 acres.
And we probably should say approximately, but that's what it is. I don't know if it's exactly 9 acres or exactly 11, but.
And that would be Commissioner Ramos? Yes.
The acting city manager has the authority to make corrections of scrivener's errors and the like.
And can I just ask, do we have this in to bring it back for second reading? Is that verbiage in there?
Hopefully it
It's
will
going
be.
to come back to second reading.
But
It will be there? Yeah.
okay.
Joyce, can you repeat all that, please?
No,
I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding.
Okay, we got it.
Call the question.
All right. We're clear, everyone? Let us vote. And the motion passes 7-0.
That's terrific. Thank you so much.
You are very welcome.
By the way, I love this system. I've never seen this anywhere else. This is really great.
It's great when it works. Okay, we'll move on to, old business, 7A, request approval of an interlocal agreement between the City of DeLand, City of Deltona, City of Orange City, and County of Volusia as water suppliers to conduct a capital improvement plan coordination study at a cost of $120,000. Mr. Peters.
Yes, ma'am. This will be familiar to you all. This came up last time. Unfortunately, the motion that was made was for $170,000, not $120,000. I felt like it was outside the definition of a scrivener's error, so we're bringing it back so that we can have the correct resolution of $120,000. And for the record, I think everybody had noticed that we have been asking the city clerk to repeat the resolution tonight. As we just saw in the last instance, I think it's important that we have the city clerk from now on read resolution so we all understand what is being said, so we have an opportunity to correct item. So we're recommending approval of a resolution for the amount of $120,000.
Commissioner Bradford?
Okay, I take responsibility for that slip of tongue, giving you guys some, I was just testing you to see if you're going to spend that extra money.
Madam Mayor?
That's what I was doing.
Well,
Wait, hold on.
Hold on, technicality.
You didn't read the motion on the ordinance on the last motion.
Oh. Do we have to revote?
It's going to second reading.
Okay, we're okay? I just
Yeah,
wanna make
we're
sure.
okay. Yeah, it wasn't a final vote. So
Okay, good.
So I will redo my motion and hopefully read it correctly this time. I move to approve an interlocal agreement between the City of DeLand, City of Deltona, City of Orange City, and County of Volusia as water suppliers to conduct a capital improvement plan coordination study at a cost of $120,000. The acting city manager has the authority to make corrections of Scrivener errors and the like.
Second.
Okay, properly moved by Commissioner Bradford, seconded by Vice Mayor Avila Vasquez to approve the $120,000 plan coordination study. Is there anyone from the public that signed up for this item, to speak on this item?
No, Mayor.
Okay, well, closes the public comment portion of the hearing. So we have a motion and a second for the correct amount. Any commission comments on this for this redo? May we vote, please?
I'm going to read the motion.
Yes.
I move to approve an interlocal agreement between the City of DeLand, City of Deltona, City of Orange City, and County of Volusia as water suppliers to conduct a capital improvement plan coordination study at a cost of $120,000. The acting city manager has the authority to make corrections of Scrivener's errors and the like.
Thank you. May we vote? And the motion passes 7-0. Next up is new business. Item 8A is an approval to purchase new flooring from Mohawk utilizing the OMNA Partners Contract number R171702. Mr. Peters? Mr. Paradise.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Commissioners, this is a proposal to replace the flooring in City Hall. The carpet, as you all are aware, has, well, it's lived a long life. And this is a proposal, like I said, to replace the flooring. The cost estimate we have is $239,366. We do have a budgeted amount of over $250,000 to do this.
Commissioner Bradford?
Just going to ask the question. Did we look at changing it to a laminate, a vinyl, a floor that may be a little bit longer lasting than carpet?
It is a laminate flooring.
It is a laminate flooring?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. Not that I don't love the stains.
Any
I've
member
grown
from the
fond
public
of
sign
them.
up for this?
It's like a road map, I can always find my way.
Like a road map. Okay, is anyone from the public signed up for this and speak on this item? No? Then we'll close the public comment portion of the hearing. Commissioners, let's see. Commissioner King.
Yes, sir.
Is this the floor in here only? Or is it throughout the building?
It's throughout the building. And I don't think it includes the floor in the chambers.
Okay, that looked like a look of, am I right or not?
Yeah, I'm looking for verification. Does that include the chambers? Oh, does it? Okay.
Yeah. The chambers there.
It's all materials, labor.
Okay. All right. Okay, I feel a lot better about that now.
Just looking
I was beginning to think that we were going to pay $239,000 to change the floor in here. It was the only floor you said anything about.
Right.
No, it's all
I just want to
City
make it
Hall.
sure. Okay, thank you.
Okay, no more questions? Let's see. Commissioner Sosa.
Yeah, the money you're referring to is you're adding the 162 that was budgeted for the carpet and the 100,000 that was budgeted for the painting? Are you combining those?
That does, okay, yeah, okay. There it is from the finance, the Oracle of Finance, yes.
All right, so are we not going to repaint then, or is that going to come from a different fund?
How are we going to reconcile that?
That's right.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Okay, any more questions? Seeing none, we need a motion and a second for this item.
I'll make a motion.
Go ahead.
I move to approve moving forward with Mohawk to provide and install flooring at City Hall, including the chambers, for a total of $239,366.34.
Okay, properly moved by Vice Mayor Avila Vasquez, seconded by, I believe it was a duo. Commissioner King, did you second it? Yes. Commissioner King. And may we vote, please? And may we please read the motion? It's going to take me a while for that, Joyce.
Yeah. The motion reads, I move to approve moving forward with Mohawk to provide and install flooring at City Hall, including the chambers, for a total of $239,366.34.
Perfect. May we vote, please?
Before I vote, Ron, I hate to do it, but was that regarding the budget?
Yeah, just for clarification, the carpet is going to be maintained in the chambers. We're going to replace carpet in the chambers like site. So the rest of the building is going to get the laminate.
Is that because of noise? Okay.
Madam Mayor, if I can clarify, part of the reason we're keeping carpet in here for the noise. We were at a point that we put laminate on the floor. We were going to have to put some type of carpeting material on the wall to absorb the noise. So that's why we selected the carpet.
Okay, great. And the motion passed 7-0, right? Okay, next, item B, request for approval of the City of Deltona Community Development Block Grant, the CDBG program year 2021-22, reallocation of funding for improvements to Campbell Park. Mr. Paradise.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. City Commission, Ron Paradise Community Services. Yeah, the city is requesting reallocation for CDBG monies to pay for improvements to Campbell Park. Campbell Park is within a HUD designated area of greatest need, which means the city can use CDBG money for public type of activities within the area of greatest needs, proposing 4 improvements to the park. One is paving a walking trail at Campbell Park to make this walking trail safer and more accessible. That has a quote of $178,757. We're going to replace, or proposing to replace, Pavilion number 3, which has a quote of $80,547 roughly. Also to create more ambient light, proposing lighting along the boardwalk and the trail, which has a cost of $143,852. The proposal is to replace a paved area associated with Pavilion number 4. We do not have a direct quote for this. We estimate that it'll be around the $70,000 figure. It may be a few extra dollars depending on how we do this, but this is an issue of safety and accessibility for that pavilion. So there may be a budget transfer of a small amount of money to facilitate that improvement. And that represents about $470,000 worth of projects associated with Campbell Park. And this also helps the city remain in timeliness with HUD, meaning basically that we have spent an appropriate amount of money within an appropriate amount of time. I'd be happy to field any questions you all have with regard to this.
Commissioners, do you have any questions for Mr. Paradise? Seeing none, was there any member of the public that signed up to speak for this?
Mayor.
And we'll close the public comment portion of the hearing. I just have one comment. The walking trail is sorely in need of help. It is so bad and such a hazard with the side rubber things and the lack of mulch or walking, whatever it's just a hazard. So, I mean, if we're going to have things like that, they've definitely got to be fixed. Commissioner Ramos?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. If there's no other further comments, request for approval of the City of Deltona Community Development Block Grant Program Year 2021-2022 reallocation of funding for improvements of Campbell Park. Ron Paradise, Director of Community Service. Not sure why that's showing up that way.
There's really no motion in here.
There isn't.
We have no motion,
You just
so.
made a beautiful motion.
Sounded good.
I have no motion, I have a
Yeah,
blank.
the action item is missing. But you just made a motion, but.
Yeah, none of us have a motion.
You want to make it all a couple real quick?
No,
Just let him read it and then you reread it, it's fine.
Can I
Do you want to second it? Did you second it?
I hereby move to approve the reallocation of CDBG 2021-2022 funding for the following Campbell Park improvements: resurfacing the walking trails, $178,757.14. Pavilion number 3 replacement, $80,547.21. Ambient lighting upgrades, $143,852.08. And Pavilion 4 repaving and step down ramp, $70,000 in a direct the acting city manager to transmit these reallocations from CDBG program year 2021-2022 to the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development. The acting city manager has the authority to make corrections, scrivener's errors, and the like.
Second.
Who seconded it? You? Okay. I thought Bradford did before. All right. Loud and proud, McCool. Honorable McCool is the second. Motion properly made by Commissioner Ramos, seconded by Commissioner McCool. May we reread the motion? Wait a minute. Please reread the motion. Yep.
Okay, the motion reads, I hereby move to approve the reallocation of CDBG 2021-2022 funding for the following Campbell Park improvements: resurfacing the walking trail, $178,757.14. Pavilion number 3 replacement, $80,547.21. Ambient lighting upgrades, $143,852.08. And Pavilion number 4 repaving and step down ramp, $70,000. And direct the acting city manager to transmit these reallocations to CDBG program year 2021-2022 to the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development. The acting city manager has the authority to make corrections of scrivener's errors and the like.
Okay, may we vote, please? Okay, the motion passes 7-0. Let's go Campbell Park. Okay, item C, it's a contract. Request for approval to expend no more than $40,000 in State of Florida Finance Corporation SHIP funding for an owner-occupied repair project located at 2768 Briardale Drive. Mr. Paradise?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Briardale Drive is an owner-occupied rehabilitation project. The original cost was $19,850 roughly. The facility or the house, it was determined, also needs a new HVAC system, which is going to increase the cost to $28,350. Looking for approval to expend no more than $40,000 on this house. We don't anticipate it's going to take any more than the $28,350, but just like to have a little bit of freeboard there in case something else comes up. What we're seeing is a lot of these houses are in pretty poor shape, and the cost of construction and related materials as well continues to trend upwards.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Paradise. Commissioner Bradford and Commissioner Sosa.
I hereby move to direct staff to move forward with the change order to the owner-occupied rehabilitation project located at 2768 Briardale Drive with a total estimate of $28,350, not to exceed $40,000, utilizing Florida Housing Finance Corporation SHIP bonds. The acting city manager has the authority to make corrections, scrivener's errors, and the like.
Second.
Properly moved by Commissioner Bradford, seconded by Vice Mayor Vila Vasquez and Commissioner Sosa.
Okay. I've got a concern here. We've got 5 of these. From the original time they were inspected till now, where we're seeing an increase between $8,000 and $12,000, $13,000. When was the initial inspection done, and why weren't these things covered during the initial inspection? I thought when these companies came out, the GCs went through and did a full inspection of the house and gave us a figure up front.
Typically, they do. Again, these houses have come up and they just tend to be very problematic nowadays. And, you know, your observation is duly noted, and moving forward into the future, we're going to be a little bit more diligent on how these inspections and these bids happen, you know, so that we're a little bit more comprehensive along those lines.
Okay, because how many houses that do we have in this program this year that we're going to rehabilitate?
Right now, we've got these 5, and I'm not sure what else we have in the hopper.
Okay. Now, when was the initial inspection done, and when was it revisited that we need to do another $12,000 worth of modifications?
Typically, these inspections were done, I'm not going to guess, but they are done months in advance. And usually when they get in there and start working, or they're about to work, that's when they get discovered. These contractors take a closer look at these facilities. Also, it's not uncommon for the owners to come and say, well, you know, the HVAC system is broken as well.
Wouldn't that be something that would be done on the initial inspection? I mean, if my AC's going, I'll know a couple of months in advance that it's not cooling. Yeah. You know, when you get 5 of them in a row, it kind of looks kind of shady.
Noted.
And I've also noticed we've only got 2 contractors bidding on this. Are there any other contractors that would bid on these projects?
We do not. We have a pool of contractors that's pre-approved through the procurement, and then we do a non-qualified bid between the 2. We've had a hard time getting contractors to want to participate in the program.
Why is that?
There's so much work out there. And, you know, the market rate work is pretty lucrative nowadays in the construction industry.
Like I said, when you got 5 of them in a row, and we're talking between $8,000 and $12,000, it definitely, gives a bad perception.
I understand.
Commissioner Bradford?
On a couple comments off of Commissioner Sosa. A checklist would be awesome, because when you are going through a home that is in disarray, sometimes you don't note everything because they may not have had adequate power and they wouldn't have had full potential. But having a checklist for them to say, did you check the AC? Did you check the electrical, mechanical, all of it? One thing the City of Orlando does as far as the bid process goes is daily we would receive a notification of any bids or any RFPs. That goes out to anybody who's on the list, and it's automatic email. So I don't know if that's a system that they specifically have for that, but, you know, it might be, because I have noticed as well, and I know it is busy out there, but I have noticed that, well, we seem to have the same people doing the bids. Yep. And is it because we're not getting the information out to the individuals that these bids are available, the bid request or request for a bid? So like I said, I don't know what program Orlando uses, but, you know, we get daily, like, this is what some of them I don't want to see. You know, it's just a quick swipe over. You know, obviously, I'm not going to bid on wastewater, but, you know, if it does assist us in getting more bids, it might be a system we want to look at where, you know, contractors can actually register for it. Once they're vetted and certified, then they're able to bid on it, and they're notified.
Yeah, I know our procurement people use Demand Star, which kind of disseminates, these bid requests out there to anybody that's interested.
Good. I just have a quick question, Mr. Paradise. At what point in this process does the city go out to the house?
After we get an application that is approved, we do send our staff people out. We send an independent inspector out as well. And then, as part of the non-qualified bid, these two contractors go out and take a look at it and do a bid.
And I guess my question is, on some of these, a lot of these homes, elderly people that are living in there and just need some help with that. But when we go into the home, do we look for any other activity, unpermitted activity, or do we look at anything that might be problematic?
We do, and interestingly enough, one of the projects here that we're going to be talking about in a few minutes involves the removal of a shed and a deck. Now, the deck was not permitted.
Okay, thank you. So we have a motion, and we have a second by Commissioner Bradford and seconded by the Vice Mayor. Is there anyone in the public that wanted to speak on this?
No, Mayor.
And we'll go ahead and close public comment. Can we reread the motion, please?
The motion is, I hereby move to direct staff to move forward with the change order to the owner-occupied rehabilitation project located at 2768 Briardale Drive with a total estimate of $28,350, not to exceed $40,000, utilizing Florida Housing Finance Corporation SHIP funds. The acting city manager has the authority to make corrections of scrivener's errors and the like.
Okay, may we vote, please? And the motion passes 7-0. We go to another one. The next item is item D, request for approval to expend no more than $40,000 in State of Florida Finance Corporation SHIP funds for an owner-occupied repair project located at 3012 India Boulevard.
Yeah, this is a $22,300 job initially. Change order in the amount of $8,750. Total cost for $31,050. Again, we've got HVAC system and sanitizing air ducts.
Okay, commissioners, any questions on this? Let's see. Commissioner Sosa?
Okay. When we're approving this, we're approving it not to exceed 40,000, but we have a job that's 31.
Yep.
Do we ever exceed that 31,000 and go to 40, and if so, why?
We have been very good about keeping within these change order limits, and that's in the past. It's been very difficult to predict what's going to happen in the construction industry. And it's not the intent to, assume that we have a $9,000 freeboard to work with here. It's just to give us a little extra edge if we need it. It's not the intent, like I said, to say, okay, well, now that we've got $9,000, we'll spend it on this house. That's not the intent.
Okay. Now, like I mentioned, we have 5 projects here, and they're all going to go $8,000 to $12,000 above what they were estimated at. Is that money all within the SHIP? Do we have that money allocated already within the SHIP funds?
Yes, we have that money.
We do?
Yes, sir. We do have the resources.
All right. Thank you.
Okay, any other questions? Anybody from the public sign up to speak on this item? And then do we have a motion?
I'll make a motion.
Okay.
I hereby move to direct staff to move forward with owner-occupied rehabilitation for the dwelling at 3012 India Boulevard with an estimate of $31,050. Change order included, not to exceed $40,000, utilizing Florida Housing Finance Corporation SHIP funds. The acting city manager has the authority to make corrections to scrivener errors and alike.
Is there a second? Second. Properly moved by Vice Mayor Villa-Vasquez, seconded by Commissioner Ramos. May we reread the motion, please, or restate the motion before we vote?
The motion reads, I hereby move to direct staff to move forward with owner-occupied rehabilitation for the dwelling at 3012 India Boulevard with an estimate of $31,050, change order included, not to exceed $40,000, utilizing Florida Housing Finance Corporation SHIP funds. The acting city manager has the authority to make corrections of scrivener's errors and the like.
Thank you. May we vote, please? The motion passes 7-0. We'll move to item E, request for approval to expend no more than $40,000 in the state of Florida Finance Corporation SHIP funds for an owner-occupied repair project located at 1069 Whitewood Drive.
Again, we have a project that started out as almost a $22,000 project, $21,870, has now with a change order increased to $31,010. This involves a replacement of a hot water heater, an interior door replacement, and the demolition of a deck in a shed, and that's the unpermitted deck I was referring to in the last conversation.
Okay, commissioners, any questions? Commissioner Bradford?
I hereby move to direct staff to move forward with owner-occupied rehabilitation for the dwelling at 1069 Whitewood Drive with a total estimate of $31,010. Change order included, not to exceed $40,000, utilizing Florida Housing Finance Corporation SHIP funds. The acting city manager has the authority to make corrections of scrivener errors and the like.
Second.
Properly moved by Commissioner Bradford, seconded by Vice Mayor Villa-Vasquez. Anyone from the public sign up to speak on this item?
No, Mayor.
That closes the public comment portion of the hearing. May we read the motion and then we'll vote?
Yes. The motion reads, I hereby move to direct staff to move forward with the owner-occupied rehabilitation for the dwelling at 1069 Whitewood Drive with a total estimate of $31,010, change order included, not to exceed $40,000, utilizing Florida Housing Finance Corporation SHIP funds. The acting city manager has the authority to make corrections of scrivener's errors and the like.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Ramos has a question. I didn't see him on the board.
Thank you, Madam. Ron,
Before we vote.
did I hear you correctly? So the deck was not permitted?
That's correct.
And we are paying to take it down?
Yeah, and I'll tell you why. It's unsafe. It's rotten. And we look at health, safety, and welfare and code compliance when we go into these projects.
Okay.
Okay. May we vote, please? Motion passes 7-0. Item F, request for approval to expend no more than $40,000 in State of Florida Finance Corporation SHIP funds for an owner-occupied repair project located at 2751 East Canal Road.
Again, this is a change order. Original job was bid at $24,870. Job price has increased to $36,970. This is to replace the HVAC system and work on the soffits on the dwelling unit.
Okay, commissioners, any comments on this? Let's see, Commissioner Bradford?
All right, I do have to ask this. This is getting, like Commissioner Sosa said, they're all pretty consistent with HVAC. Did we get a second opinion on these with a mechanic or mechanical engineer to go over this to make sure that this is correct? I would like to think that our individual bidding this is legit, but did we get any second opinions on that HVAC needed to be changed out?
No.
Okay. I think that would be something that we really need to look at. One or two, I would say, yeah, but now we're talking, consistency with all these guys, that these HVAC units are going bad. It does smell a little fishy.
Yeah, I think, when these things were inspected, it may have been cooler out too. And then somebody goes to turn the air conditioning on, but that's just speculation on my part.
Yeah, but that HVAC's got heat running too. So they can generally look at a unit, tell the age of the unit, the size of the unit, and all that. And usually a mechanical engineer would be required to do that. So I would like to see us get a little bit deeper next time they want to submit some huge changes like this and, verify, hey, let's just do some due diligence on it next time.
Understood.
Thank you. If nobody else has any questions, I can make a motion, Madam Mayor.
Okay, go ahead.
I hereby move to direct staff to move forward with the owner-occupied rehabilitation for the dwelling at 27, is this one we just did, 2751 East Canal Road. Change order included with an estimate of $36,970, not to exceed $40,000, utilizing Florida Housing Corporation SHIP funds. The acting city manager has the authority to make corrections of Scrivener errors and the like.
Properly moved by Commissioner Bradford, seconded by Commissioner Ramos. Anyone from the public? Liz? Nope. Close the public comment portion of the hearing. May we please reread the motion before we vote? And Commissioner King, you are on the board before we go on.
Ron, I got a question.
Yes, sir.
We've been through this once already. Now we're going through it again. Do we have this scheduled? Do we have personnel that are like chomping at the bit to jump in their truck and get out there and do this stuff? Or are we going to have to wait again to get this work done?
Actually, 2 of these projects have already been underway.
Okay.
And they are ready to move on these other projects. So after we get approval here from the City Commission, we are prepared to move forward.
Okay. So we won't have to come back to these 5 houses again?
That's the intent.
Okay. I'm going to vote no next time.
Understood.
Find new houses.
Understood.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. You good, Commissioner King? May we reread the motion, please?
The motion reads, I hereby move to direct staff to move forward with owner-occupied rehabilitation for the dwelling at 2751 East Canal Road, change order included, with an estimate of $36,970, not to exceed $40,000, utilizing Florida Housing Finance Corporation SHIP funds. The acting city manager has the authority to make corrections of Scrivener's errors and the like.
Okay, may we vote, please? Motion passes 6-0. We'll go on to item G, request for approval to expend no more than $40,000 in State of Florida Finance Corporation SHIP funds for an owner-occupied repair project located at 3019 Blaine Circle.
Last but not least, Blaine Circle. Project originally bid at $20,500. Change order came in and increased the price of the project to $29,500. Electrical works needed at the house, and a front door needs to be replaced.
Okay, any questions, commissioners? Let's see. Commissioner McCool.
Yeah, I just want to be refreshed. Ron, how many people apply for the SHIP programs?
It varies. I don't know.
This last cycle, just this last cycle, how many applied?
I'm not going to even guess at this juncture.
Can you tell me how many, like maybe what the ratio is, how many apply to how many qualify?
Most don't qualify.
Most don't qualify, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And we need to use it or lose it, right?
That's correct, yeah. And if memory serves me, I think we've got about $1 million to work with here.
Yeah. Okay, thanks.
Okay. Commissioner Sosa?
Yeah, I'd like to request to the city manager to maybe look to getting different companies to bid on these, because it always seems to be the same two. And honestly, it looks like a racket going on right now. I could see one issue, maybe two, but all five, something does not look right here. I would definitely like to see the city manager try to get out there and have staff or whomever find some other general contractors that can do this work.
Commissioner McCool?
Yeah, I just want to clarify that comment, it looks like a racket. I mean, same two, are you talking in regard, I just want clarification.
We've got the same two contractors doing this work, and they submit a bid really low, and then they come back and hit us for another $10,000, $12,000.
Ron, do you know
when we have somebody, if I got somebody who comes to my house and goes through my house and tells me you need $20,000 worth of repairs, and then before they even come out and do the work, say, you know what, your AC system's not working, I'm going to charge you another $12,000.
Ron, can you clarify for me, how long was the first bid from the second bid? What was the time period from the first bid into coming back and asking for?
It wasn't that long, but I do not have a time frame. And one thing about the contractor base we've been working with these contractors for years. And we haven't had an issue with regard to change orders of this magnitude at this time, like we see now. We're just seeing houses that are in really bad shape. And, we're also seeing this situation in the construction industry we're all very aware of. And, we periodically go out and solicit for new contractors to come in, and sometimes we get other entities to come in, and it's not unusual. We do have contractors that have been brought into the program, but they do drop out for various reasons. But yeah, we've been working with this contractor base for years, and it's not to suggest that we're married to them by any stretch of the imagination. But we haven't seen this magnitude of change orders to this extent before.
So you would say this is an anomaly today?
I would say, yes, it is an anomaly, and moving forward, we're going to be a lot more thorough on this, so that what you may see is we'll have projects come back that will, bust out of the $25,000 limit, and then we'll just be talking, just advancing all these to the City Commission for review.
Commissioner King?
Ron, I know we're in crazy times. All you got to do is put diesel fuel in your truck and you know how crazy it is. But when I get an estimate at my house for something, I ask them, how long is this estimate good for? Do we have any provision in our contracts with these people that says the contract is good for 30 days, the contract is good for a year? I just got an estimate for new fence, and that contract's good for a year.
I do know that they do have limits on the time frame of the contract, and if memory serves me, I recollect it's about 3 months.
Okay. Then my question would be, and I won't go so far as to say it's a racket. I won't go that far. But I think that we need to do our due diligence too
if somebody says that they're going to charge us this much to get a job done, then we need some assurance from them to say, we're going to start the job before that time limit runs out. And I think that should be in there somewhere.
Oh, yeah, there is timing on these jobs, because we do move forward with them.
But it's not fast enough that we have to raise the price as much as we are. That's what I'm saying. So,
right.
I mean, quite frankly, if they have a price and they can't start the job, well, that's too bad. This is what you charged, and that's what it should be.
Understood.
Unless you have some time limit on that. I just think we ought to make sure that they get their end of it. We want this much money to get this job done, okay? We'll give you the money. You get the job done in the right amount of time. And I think somewhere in the contract, that should be in there so that we don't have to do what we're doing now.
Commissioner King.
Got to be a way to stop it.
Commissioner King, if I can make a suggestion, I think what we need to do going forward, much like we've been talking about with the rental ordinance, where we require a home inspector to go through and do a full home inspection. If they are licensed home inspectors and they have the proper forms, they will do things like check the plumbing, check the water pressure, check the air conditioning, check the foundation, all that stuff. Let them put the list together of the things that are deficient. We work from that list in terms of putting together the package for the contractors. To Mr. Associate's point, we may need to put out a new RFP with the market changing because of interest rates. There may be more interest from contractors to do this type of work going forward. So I think we just need to take a good comprehensive look at how we're doing business, but I think it starts with a certified home inspection to identify all the deficiencies in the house, and that would be our starting point going forward. I think that will address a lot of what you're talking about.
Okay, thank you.
Good. Commissioner Bradford?
Okay. And you're right, Ron. The market right now is absolutely crazy. It's hard. Prices are going up, not annually, guys. They're going up quarterly. Some of these are going up monthly. I don't know if it's possible, because once we award the bid, and I don't see these bids going up because of the time frame. I see these bids going up for new items being found. What I would like to know is, we have a company put a bid in, and that company comes in lower, and we choose that company for that bid. So they bid it, they bid lower, they win the bid, then they're coming back and they raise the bid. So what I'd like to know is can we, or have we compared the original bids to one another, and did the original bid, maybe somebody who lost, I don't know how many people bid on each one, somebody who maybe hit it right on, maybe have come in the first time higher, but we went with the lower bid. You know what I'm saying? So what I'd like to know is, have we looked at the prior bids and said, this person didn't get awarded this because they were higher, but, kind of give us an idea of where they're at in the bidding process. Because some GCs are more thorough than the others, so does it happen? Of course it happens. People are going to come in, they're going to bid lower sometimes to get the job, and not necessarily that this happened. It could have easily been, like you said, maybe it was a hot day when they bid on it and they didn't have the AC on. But, I guess in my curiosity, I would be one to say, okay, did the original bids, somebody who didn't get awarded this job, did they have that the AC needed fixed, that we needed a new front door, that we needed new windows, which I'm surprised I haven't seen any windows on here.
just in a comparison, because it's going to, kind of throw out there how well somebody is going through and actually inspecting these buildings.
Yeah, we try and make these bidding process apples to apples. As observed by Mr. Peters, we do have an inspector that goes in there and prepares, a list of items that need to be replaced. And that's what the bids are based on. Now, the contractors do go out and look at the houses before they do the bids. And sometimes, they go back and we involve the inspectors again in that process as well.
Okay, so these contractors basically went out with a specific, hey, you're going out to look at X, Y, Z.
Yeah, based on that inspection report.
Right, not so much going in there saying, I want you to do a complete analysis of what you feel needs done. So they specifically went in there with what they were told.
That's correct, yes.
Okay, so we didn't direct them to do any more than what they were told?
No.
Okay, that gives me total clarification, thank you. That makes my assumptions a lot.
And if I could just, I'm getting a whole lot more work from housing with regards to issues they're having with contractors and with some of the folks that have qualified. And so it seems like, it's just this general bizarro world that we're living in right now. So it's affecting, and that's a legal term, bizarro, but it is expectations of some of the folks that are applying for the money that they may qualify, but then they have just, outrageous requirements that housing's trying to deal with or what they're asking for. And then, and they are having more legal issues that are coming up to deal with that since, I've been doing work for the city I've never seen. So, so it's not only the crazy supply chain and all of that, but I mean, our society is getting so litigious that it's like if we aren't willing to give them whatever they are asking for. I had one talking to Angelia on the phone, and the lady said, she didn't like the stoop in the back of her house, or because her she didn't have a permitted deck, and so she couldn't keep that. And she said, well, if we don't give her a good enough exit out of the back of her house, she could harm herself. And our problem is a lot of these folks are older, and that she'd sue us. So then the question to me was, do we have to do this for her if, she's going to sue us? And I'm like, no, we don't. So all I'm saying is, it is getting more and more complicated. And I mean, I'm always happy to help, and I try and help, but they are facing issues that they've not faced in the past.
Well, it sounds like on these, they went in and they bid what they were told to bid, and then these situations arise after the fact.
They did, yeah.
Okay, so
there's a lot of checks and balances in this program.
Okay, I misunderstood, Ron. I thought it was something where you guys were sending them in and saying, hey, go find all that's wrong, but they were given specific items to bid on, which is totally different.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you for that clarification.
Okay, commissioners, we need a motion and a second on this, and then we'll see if anyone signed up for public comment.
I'll make a motion, ma'am.
Go ahead, ma'am.
I hereby move to direct staff to move forward with owner-occupied rehabilitation for the dwelling at 2751 East Canal Road. Change order included.
Wait, Blaine. We're on Blaine, right?
3019 Blaine Circle.
Next one, the lit up one. There you go.
Oh, my light was lit on the wrong one.
That's it right there.
Okay. I hereby move to direct staff to move forward with owner-occupied rehabilitation for the dwelling at 3019 Blaine Circle. Change order included with an estimate of $29,500, not to exceed $40,000, utilizing Florida Housing Finance Corporation SHIP funds. The acting city manager has the authority to make corrections of scrivener's errors and the like.
Okay, properly moved by Vice Mayor Villa Vasquez, seconded by Commissioner King. anything? Any member of the public signed up for this?
Mayor.
That closes the public comment portion. May we reread the motion, please, and vote?
Motion reads, I hereby move to direct staff to move forward with owner-occupied rehabilitation for the dwelling at 3019 Blaine Circle, change order included, with an estimate of $29,500, not to exceed $40,000, utilizing Florida Housing Finance Corporation SHIP funds. The acting city manager has the authority to make corrections of scrivener's errors and the like.
Okay, may we vote, please? And the motion passes 7-0. We'll move now to public forum. Has anyone signed up for the public forum?
Yes, Mayor. Albert Bryant.
Okay.
What?
Did you sign up for public forum?
No.
I'm sorry. Ordinance and public forum. Oh, I'm good.
We're good with that. Okay.
Mayor.
Okay, that closes the public forum. Put a gold star there. I think that's the first time it's ever happened. Then we have comments on consent agenda. If someone wants to make a comment on consent agenda, we have nothing. So I guess there's no comments for that. There's no items on consent agenda, so special reports and requests, commissioners. Does anyone have anything? Seeing nothing, we'll move on to the city attorney comments. City manager.
Yes, ma'am, I got one item. The city attorney asked me to present this. Let me get my glasses on. As you may have already heard, Florida recently reached a $683 million settlement with Walgreens in the opioid litigation on behalf of the state and all counties and municipalities. You can read the settlement agreement at Walgreens Settlement Agreement with the link. The settlement funds will be paid over the next 18 years and will be allocated between the state and local subdivision pursuant to the existing statewide allocation agreement, aka the MOU, using the same allocation model applied to prior settlements. As with the prior settlements, we recommend that your city county join this settlement by signing the attached participation agreement. By joining the settlement, you will also consent to dismissing your claim against Walgreens once the settlement is finalized and approved. Due to a June 3rd deadline, we felt it was necessary to bring it tonight, and what we're recommending is that you give myself the authority to sign the agreement accepting the settlement for the Walgreens opioid case.
Commissioners, do you want that in a form of a motion?
That would be good.
Okay, so you are looking for a motion and a second to sign the settlement agreement. Okay. Properly moved by Commissioner King, seconded by Commissioner Ramos. Any other commission comments? May we vote, please, to give Mr. Peters authority to sign the opioid settlement. Joyce, the motion.
So the motion is to sign, to direct the acting city manager to sign the opioid settlement agreement with Walgreens.
Mm-hmm. Correct? So, okay, may we vote, please? Motion passes 7-0, and I believe that it was Commissioner Ramos that seconded that motion, not the Vice Mayor. Okay. All right. Anything else, Mr. Peters?
Yes, ma'am. I know it's late, but I just want to give you a couple updates. I had a conversation with the county higher up today regarding the Providence Boulevard Trail. They have agreed to work diligently on getting the mailboxes moved so that we can move forward with the city consideration of taking over Providence, which will allow the trail to move on. They're hoping to give me a report back within the next 2 to 3 days. In addition, we have had a number of complaints about the condition of the Enterprise Deltona intersection. I believe I copied you all on a not so nice letter, basically asking permission for us to pave it. They informed me today they will be paving it, but because of the small size of it, they're trying to find a contractor that can get started on it. So that will be taken care of here in short order. That's it for me tonight.
Okay, thank you, sir. City Commission comments. Let's start with Commissioner King. I know he wants to go.
Well, I just want to let everybody know that we're getting close to Memorial Day. You'll notice my poppy here. Our American Legion Auxiliary Unit 255 will be over at Fresco on May 27th, and they'll be passing out poppies there practically all day. And so if you'd like to grab one, that would be a good time to do it. Since we're going to have a workshop and no comments by us next time, I just want to also say that on Memorial Day, 30th of May, there will be no ceremony at the Deltona Memorial Gardens in Orange City, where we've had them for years up until the pandemic. They have not started back up yet. They have new management there, and they didn't know anything about it, so they're not going to do anything there this year. We will, in Deltona, have a ceremony at the Veterans Memorial Park at 1 p.m. It is open to the public, so please come out. Hopefully, if we can work it out with Parks and Recs in the city, we may have a couple of food trucks out there, so you can come a little earlier or stay a little later for food. Enjoy the park, and if you haven't been into the museum will also be open that day. So come out that day on Memorial Day, and let's remember those who have made our freedom what it is for us today. They're the ones that paid the price. So do that. And then one other thing I want to mention is 27th through the 28th at Daytona International Speedway, Heroes Honor Festival. If you're a Vietnam veteran, it will be your welcome home that you never got. It's free. It started out free to Vietnam veterans and their spouses. It is now free to all veterans and their spouses. Friday will be Vietnam veterans only. Saturday will be all veterans and open to the public. And the day will end with a huge concert. Toby Keith will be the headliner at that. So come out, participate. For those that ride motorcycles, on Sunday, starting at the Daytona International Speedway, will be Rolling Thunder 34. They're not doing it in Washington anymore. Our president doesn't like that, doesn't like all the motorcyclists up there, so he said no. But we will be here doing Rolling Thunder. It'll be a 35-mile escorted ride that will end at Destination Daytona, and there will be a concert and all kinds of stuff going up there at the end of the ride. So come out and participate in this Memorial Day weekend. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Commissioner McCool?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I would like to report that our Cars That Care car show was a wonderful success. It was well attended, it was well received, and well loved. We've collected over 5,000 diapers that day, which 5,000 diapers is enough to diaper 500 children for a day, 16 for a month, or 2.5 children for a year. So it was really, really impactful. The car community expressed that they would love to do more things like this, drive-ins, cruise-ins. It brought everyone together. It brought a lot of diverse people together. It was just amazing, and I would like to thank everyone that attended, everyone that contributed to the success. These diapers will be collected. They will go to the Daytona Beach Junior League, who will come back, and we are talking about the best way to distribute these as a drive-in, whether it be at our social services gathering in August at the center, or we do it at Pastor Bradley's Hope Fest. Either way, these will be all of these will be accounted for and distributed directly back into the community. So thank everybody that came out, the commissioners that attended. Thank you very much for that. It was meaningful. Madam Mayor, thank you for coming and saying a few words. It was really, really appreciated, and y'all supporting it was fantastic, and I thank the commission for approving and giving consensus for us to do that, because I believe it's the start of something great, and that we will be doing. Cars That Care will also be doing, we're already starting to look for February or March, when it's much cooler, because it was really hot that day, much cooler, to do a Celebrations of Wheels car show, and we will have a big enough place to bring in our Jeeps, our trucks, bikes, cars. It will be huge. Our hopes is to do it out at Dewey Boster Park, so we're already talking about that in February, so thank you all for that. I want to also speak to if we can start thinking or have conversation regarding, I think that we're at the growth part of our community, where it would maybe be prudent for us to talk about having an ombudsman here, right, to think about that as far as conflict resolution with residents, any conflict that they may have with the city, any conflict that staff might have, but just to be entertaining that. I know that we have magistrates for hearings and stuff like that, but an outside referee or, is good sometimes in conflict resolution, and I think that that would be a great signal to our residents and to our employees that we're serious about being transparent and resolving conflict. Also, I wasn't here a couple of weeks ago and did not get to speak on our part where we were talking about Mr. Peters' contract, and Mr. Peters, as we know, has done great things for our city, and I'm sure will continue to doing that, but we cannot also quit thinking about the fact that we are without a charter officer, so it's time for us to think about what we're going to do about that, right? Meaning that are we going to qualify people that live outside the city, because we have a beloved city manager whose hands are kind of tied to be our charter officer when he's well qualified to do that. So I just want us to get some resolution there, because we are a city moving forward and we need to operate as such. If we want to remove that, we need to talk about that qualification. We need to talk about about how we get that done so that we serve our residents and our city manager, our acting city manager, because he does a fantastic job. And if people want him here, we're going to vote that way, but we need to have a charter officer here. That's the way our charter is set up. So we need to talk about that moving forward. The last thing that I want to talk about is something that is more dreaded, a season that is coming up that's even more dreadful than love bug season. We all know how much that is hated, and that is campaign sign season. I want us to talk about the correct permitting, the signs being all over the place, the signs being removed, the signs being in the proper area. We've gone a long way towards improving our city, and we're putting a lot of things in place to do that. And I just want to make sure that every person running for office is served properly, meaning that everyone has the opportunity to campaign to the best of their ability, but at the same time being respectful of city property and being respectful of laws and our ordinances that talk about permitting and where they can be placed and when they can be placed, private property as opposed to city right-of-way, because the signs are already starting to pop up, and I wish that we would address that. And itinerant merchant signs. It's just a big pet peeve of mine, and my residents talk about it. I will tell you that I call at least one itinerant sign per week, whether it be for, this business or that business, or I'll buy your this, or we do that, and it's quite frustrating. And if our, code people are given permission or direction to pull it out of the ground if it's not permitted properly, because it's an eyesore, and it's going to get worse if we don't address it right now. So other than that, again, I would like to give a big shout out to also Advent Healthcare System that took really good care of me when I had a medical emergency. I will tell you, when I say compassion is their number one gift, it is. Not only do they have talented people, but they have very compassionate people. And as I said tonight, for the EMS services, what I experienced when I had that medical emergency was really, really scary. It was made better by the compassion that the people that came and checked on me, with the chiefs being here. I felt very cared for, and I'm really confident in our city's department, you know what I mean, our city people as far as EMS and fire for doing that, and I have a huge gratitude there for that. So I'm sorry it was long. I missed a week, you know what I mean, and I just wanted to say those things. Thank you very much for that. I appreciate it.
Thank you, ma'am. Commissioner Ramos?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just want to, in some sadness, we lost an individual that was a strong advocate when we talk about transportation, who was also a former councilman, and that's Big John, who passed away yesterday. And those that did not have an opportunity to be able to interact, it was something special interacting with him. And I can tell you, this individual was an advocate, and you would hardly ever see him over here on the west side. As a matter of fact, one of the last times that he came over was out of respect for Ann McFall when she passed away. And I would always see him at the TPO, and he would say, you got lucky you got to see me over there. But I have to tell you, this individual was a tremendous advocate for transportation, and it was an individual that when you met him, you either love him or hate him, but he cared a lot for the community. And I just, again, just wanted to share that we've lost an individual that definitely was very impactful. Even though we didn't see him on this side of town, he was advocating always for transportation. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Commissioner Bradford?
Wow, thanks, Commissioner Ramos, for sharing that. I didn't know that. Okay, so we keep talking about it's that time of year. So a couple of great things. Well, we've got Memorial Weekend coming up. We also have some graduation of our high schools and our seniors, so congratulations to all those. We do have an event that's taking place on Thursday at our own
Golden Choice Senior Community Center at 2310 North Normandy. They're going to be going in, greeting the seniors, any of them there, if you have anything like military pins, stickers, handouts, reading glasses, anything that they can use, toothpaste, toiletries, all that, they're going to be meeting there and handing them out and going through. Our fire department will be there. So we were going to do it Wednesday, but unfortunately they're not able to do it till Thursday because they wanted to have, the veteran, fire truck there at the same time. So, if you can make it, it's this Thursday at 1:30 at our own Golden Choice, and that's to go in and honor our veterans in these homes that are usually, shut in and don't have a lot of, visitors. With Memorial Day coming up, I plead to individuals, this is where fireworks start as well. And keep in mind when we're setting those fireworks off that it does a lot to veterans. You have some veterans that it really triggers their PTSD. It's bad for our animals. So just be conscious of that when we're out there setting these off. I know it's the start of, our July 4th and all of our holidays coming up, but let's just remember what we're here for. And again, all of our seniors from high school and all of our college graduates, congratulations. And we wish you all the best of luck in your wonderful endeavors going forward. That's it. Easy peasy this week. And by the way, Commissioner McCool, this is awesome. Lisa from the Pregnancy Center came up and spoke to me, and they're just ecstatic. They're ecstatic that the assistance they're getting for these diapers, them and New Hope, to get them to the families and help these organizations so they have it to hand out. She just couldn't say enough on how excited she was about that event. So, you kicked it up a notch, girl. Great job.
Commissioner Sosa? Vice Mayor?
Thank you, Mayor. So I'm going to echo what Commissioner Ramos was saying about, losing a good person here in Volusia County, Big John. He always addressed me as the commissioner with two names. Didn't remember my name. He just called me the commissioner with two names. So may he rest in peace. I also want to let everybody know that the Sons and Daughters of Italy and the Deltona Women's Club is partnering, or have been partnering. This past Sunday, they did a fundraiser for Ukraine, and they raised over $400. They're doing it again this Sunday, so from 10 to 3. If anybody wants to stop by and give a donation, $1 goes a long way. They also have indoors craft sales and stuff like that. We might have a surprise visitor this Sunday. He hasn't confirmed. We don't know who he is. So hopefully he'll show up. And then on Tuesday, saying it now because we're not having another meeting for a while. So on Tuesday, May 24th at 7:30 here at the Chamber, it's going to be the city's annual hurricane awareness event. So hopefully everybody will show up. We're going to have the Sheriff's Department, the Fire Department. We're going to have the weather guy from Channel 13. Sorry, I forgot your name. And I think we're having a few people come out and give us a little few tips on, how to get through the hurricane and tornado weathers that are coming up. So, everybody, hope to see you there. Also, just want to piggyback on Commissioner McCool's campaign signs. Yes, you're absolutely right. And if you are putting a campaign sign out there, make sure you put it on the person who gave you permission's property and not the city property. Because I do see signs out there in front of properties, but they're not on the property. So, everyone have a nice week, and take care. See you guys Sundays at the Sons and Daughters of Italy and Doyle.
And just in conclusion, Big John was a transportation maniac, and the reason he didn't come out to West Volusia a lot is he had an electric car for a long, long time, and he said he could just never get out here, and where it was too old to charge at our swanky chargers and stuff. So he came out to the center, like you all said, a few times, but he would have come out a lot more if he had a like Tesla or something. Anyway, he was also a great animal advocate, and since I chair the round table of elected officials, he always, even up until last month, he wanted the transportation subcommittee brought back, and he, as a resident, wanted to be part of that. And so I was really sad to see that he passed away, because he would have been a very knowledgeable, good person to be on a subcommittee for transportation, anything transportation. And just in conclusion, heard a lot tonight about a lot of good questions regarding the items on the agenda. I think city manager and management team, you have a couple good suggestions regarding the SHIP program, regarding at least explaining it to the commission and giving maybe just a sample application and how it goes through and how it goes through the process and so forth. But other things I heard about signs, sign ordinance, the temporary signs, the snipe signs, all that kind of stuff is a nightmare. It's a nightmare. And something has to be done about it. And at some point, our sign ordinance is going to need to be revisited. And that is leading me to say this. You heard tonight from Marcia how much more difficult her role is being in terms of housing. Am I wrong, Mr. Peters, in saying that that is almost in every department? You're having a much more, you're having much more involvement, or you're having supply chain issues, you're having staffing issues, and this is not only out in the public, it's in the city as well. And the more we try to pile on staff, the harder it's going to be. So our suggestions for streamlining some of this, I think, are great, but I also know that we have big things that we're going to have to look at, and the sign ordinance is going to be one of them, and the rental ordinance is going to be another. And those are huge things, not only to draft and work through for us, but to enforce. So whenever we try to pile stuff on, we have to look at what they have to do, and they're doing it really with a tight team right now. So what I want to say is thank you to management, thank you to staff, thank you to our fantastic fire department. I also needed them, not for me, but for a family member last week, and as always, caring, compassionate, quick on the spot, and like the chief said, they're at the lowest point of your day or one of your lowest days in your life, and they're there to make that a better day, and they succeed. So thank you all. Have a safe week. We are adjourned.